All right, if you are here and you have family at home that wants to watch the race, our live stream is live right now on YouTube, SeaTac BMX Official. On YouTube, I just posted a link onto our Facebook also, but if you want family to watch at home on YouTube, SeaTac BMX Official is our YouTube channel. All right, if you are volunteering today, we're going to have a volunteer meeting over at the Snack Shack at 12:30. So if you're volunteering today, volunteer meeting at 12:30 over at Snack Shack. All right, we also have 50-50 walking around. If you see 50-50, grab yourself a ticket. All right, we are on 13 and over practice. 13 and over practice is going. We also need you all to do us a favor. If someone on the track does crash and it's your kid, please do not run out on the track. We will call you out if we need you. We have officials out on the track. We have medics on site, so please do not run out on the track. We don't want anybody else to get hurt. But if we do need you, we will call you out. All right, 20 more minutes left of signups, 20 more minutes left up at signups. And 12:30 volunteer meeting over at the Snack Shack, which also means you got about 20 minutes left to grab your team sheets over at Cycle Therapy Tent. All right, last 15 minutes of signups. Last 15 minutes of signups. And at 12:30, volunteer meeting over at Snack Shack. Also short time to get those team sheets in. Make sure you get those team sheets turned in before motos are posted. All right, we're already halfway through the tacos over here. Toro Cycling doing tacos for us. Don't miss out. All right, last 10 minutes of 13 and over, and then the last practice for 12 and under in 10 minutes. Volunteer meeting in 10 minutes at Snack Shack. Hey, we also have a lost and found over here, over by Snack Shack. We've had this stuff for a while, so if you think you've left a water bottle here, a jacket, a helmet, it's probably over here. If not, this is all gonna get sent away after this weekend. So if you think you've left something here, come over and check. Five more minutes. 5 more minutes of 13 and over, and then the last 12 and under practice. 5 more minutes. Also, volunteer meeting in 5 minutes over by Snack Shack. So you're volunteering, head on over to Snack Shack. All right, 4 more minutes of 13 and over, then 12 and under. But volunteers, please start heading over to the Snack Shack. If you're on the track, it's okay. You can stay out on the track. But all volunteers that are volunteering today, scorers, stagers, everybody head over to the Snack Shack. And last call for signups. Last call for signups. We got 4 minutes left. If you've not signed up yet, last call. Last call for signups also means last call for team sheets. If you haven't turned in a team sheet yet, you might want to get that in. All right, last 2 minutes. Last 2 minutes of signups. In 2 minutes, we're having a volunteer meeting at the Snack Shack. Again, all volunteers to the Snack Shack. All volunteers to the Snack Shack. Last minute of signups. Last minute to turn in team sheets. All right, last practice is going. 12 and under is heading up. Last 30 minutes of practice. All right, one other quick announcement. So something you'll want to pass on to your kids. We have a split straightaway on the second straightaway. So there are lines and there are cones. Once you pick a straightaway on the second straightaway, once you pick a side, you must finish that straightaway on that side. So you cannot cross over to the other side. So these cones on the jump going into the second turn, you must stay on the straightaway you start on. So if you cross those blue cones, you will be disqualified. So once you pick a straightaway and pick a side on the second straightaway, you must stay on that side until you get into the turn. All right, motos are posted on our moto boards. Head on over, check motos. Please double check and make sure the number on your bike matches the number on the moto sheet. If it does not, you must have that corrected. Either let signups know to change it, or you must change the number on your bike, but it must match the moto sheets. If you are a corner official, please meet out on the track by the big tree. We're going to have a corner turn official meeting. If you are a turn official today, please meet down by the big tree. All right, again, if you are a turn official today, meet down by the American flag. We're going to have a turn official meeting. So everybody who is volunteering to be a turn official, head on down to the middle of the track. We're going to have a quick meeting. And again, motos are posted. Please head on over and check. But most importantly, make sure the number on your bike matches the number on the moto sheet. If you are running the wrong number, you run the risk of being disqualified. So please go double check motos, and moto corrections are open right now. Also, motos are posted, which means if you don't have a team sheet in, you are late, and you are too late to do team sheets. Can we get Steve Gaither and John Novak? So Steve Gaither and John Novak down to the middle of the track, please. All right, last 15 minutes of practice. And then we'll have balance bike practice at 1 o'clock, flag lap at 1:15. We are going to run balance bikes all 3 rounds in the very beginning of the race, so we'll get them done quick. All 3 balance bike rounds will be done at the beginning of round 1. Also, 1:15 is flag lap. Top 3 teams from River Valley will get to do flag lap. SeaTac, Bike Master, F3 all get to do flag lap 1:15. All right, motos are also live on our USA BMX website. Motos are live. Please check your Moto 2, and if you have a number next to, or letter next to your number, please come to signups and get that letter. If you're not running it, you're running the wrong number. All right, last call for motor corrections. Last call for motor corrections. All right, 2 more minutes for motor corrections. Now we're reprinting. There are some motor corrections. So 2 more minutes of motor corrections and they will be final and we will repost. All right, 5 more minutes of 12 and under practice, and then it'll be balance bikes practice. Last 5 minutes of 12 and under, and then balance bike practice only. All right, practice is over. It is balance bikes only on the track now. So if you're a balance bike, head on out to the track. It is your practice. At 1:15, we will be doing flag lap. SeaTac team will go first, and then Bike Master, and then F3 Racing. Those three teams are going to do flag lap. Motos are posted and final. Motos are posted and final. Again, 1:15, we will be doing flag lap. SeaTac, Bike Master, F3 teams are doing flag lap. SeaTac team will be going first, then Bike Master, then F3. Top three teams from River Valley yesterday. All right, welcome to SeaTac BMX State Qualifier 2025. We're getting balance bikes ready to go. One more quick announcement. Like I said earlier, the second straightaway is a decision maker, but once you pick a side, you must stay in that side until you get into the second turn. If you cross those blue cones, you will be disqualified. So once you pick a side, you must stay in that side until you get into the second turn. What's it? Looking for Ava Sperling. Ava Sperling, we're also running all three balance bikes rounds first. All three balance bikes right now, we're going to run them and then go into racing. Still looking for Ava Sperling. Ava Sperling. Check. All right, Jax Vela out there. Only 5 and under balance bike out. Giving the dad a workout, running behind him on the balance bike. Moto number 1, Jax Vela coming into that last turn. Finish it out. Looks like Jax Vela with the Mohawk flying, gonna finish moto number 1, round number 1. Again, running all 3 balance bikes. Back to back to back, getting them done. Give it up, Jax Vela. All right, they are off. It looks like we got Josiah and Jace, all pedal bikes coming by. 4 balance bikes, 4 years old, coming into that last turn. I know that is Jace in the 4 wide going over that double. But that looks like we got Brindley out front in the 1. Brindley in the 1, coming down with that tabletop, finishing round number 1. Brindley, Josiah going from 5th to 2nd. The Trash Man out there coming over that double. I know Trash Man likes to put on a show. See if he does it. Coming down last straightaway. Moto number 2, round number 1. All right, getting moto number 3 ready to go. Desmond, Kaya, Eliana, Sawyer, Aubrey, and Carter. All right, Desmond coming out hot, the Cowboy in the 1. Desmond out front in the 1. Eliana in the 2. Sawyer in the 3. Kaya in the 4. Oh, Hartnett smiling big, getting pushed around in the back, but it looks like the Cowboy. Desmond out front in the 1. Desmond coming down, but Eliana in the 2. Sawyer in the 3. Desmond coming by, looking good. The Cowboy out front, showing them how it's done. Eliana and Sawyer, the ladies, chasing him down in the 2 and 3. And then Kia in the 4, and Hartnett, Carter. Hartnett. 2 groups of 3-year-old balance bikes. Ethan Hudson, Matthew Hudson, Jackson Levi. That is Hudson out front in the 1. Matthew in that 2. Hudson Kinney in the 3. Hudson's 1 and 3. Matthew in that 2. Coming down last straightaway. Hartnett getting the cheering section going last straightaway, but it looks like Hudson Omen gonna finish off moto number 4. Matthew Cromer and Hudson Kinney 2 and 3. Looks like they're gonna finish it off. Bakerview showing up in the 4. Jackson Price coming by. Levi finishing it off. Moto number 4. Moto number 5. 4 balance bikes. Elliott, Isaiah, Bodie. Itziana. It looks like Bodie out front in the 1. Bodie and Itziana coming through that rhythm section. All right, Bodie out front. Yaya in that 2 again. If you have a certain pronunciation in your name, definitely let me know. I'll make sure I'm saying it right. Bodie and Yaya in the 1. 3B Racing chasing him down in the 3. But Bodie Volker out front in the 1. Yaya in that 2. Elliott in the 3. Elliott 1. Oh. Elliott got the 1. My fault. Got it backwards. Elliott in the 1. Yaya in the 2. Bodie in the 3. And Isaiah gonna finish it off, getting across the line in the 4. Jack's coming down moto number 2, or moto number 1, round number 2. Jax Vela coming around that last turn, finishing it off down the last turn. Jax Vela, one-on-one race versus him and his dad, chasing him down, running last straightaway. Jax gonna get the 1 all by himself. Moto number 2, Josiah, Dylan, Kinsey, Bryant, Jace, and Brindley. All right, they are off. Looks like Kenzie out front in the 1. Josiah chasing down, oh, a little no-footer from Brindley, but saved it. Jace and the Trash Man chasing him down, and Dylan in the back. But it looks like side-by-side the pedal bikes, Brindley and Josiah. Brindley going to take the win this time. Josiah in the 2. The Trash Man up into the 3. Kinsey finishing it off with Jace and Dylan coming down that last turn, but out straightaway. Finishing it off, Kinsey and Jace with Dylan Reuter coming around that last turn, but 3-0 balance bikes. Desmond, the Cowboy, out front again in the 1. Yellow pants flying. Coming through that rim section, but we have Kaya and Sawyer. So, oh, Desmond, Bart tailored him, came by on the inside. Sawyer, though. Sawyer, Desmond, Kaya, 1, 2, and 3. Carter. Oh, Jace getting an extra lap in. Jumped in there. Carter Hartnett coming through with Eliana, but coming down this last straightaway. Battling out. Sawyer taking it over. Sawyer in the 1. Sawyer gonna get the 1. Dylan Kaya, Desmond finishing it off with Eliana and Carter. Hudson Oman out front in the 1. Matthew Cromer in the 2. Levi, Hudson, and Jackson. But it looks like we got Hudson Oman out front in the 1. Matthew in the 2. Hudson Kinney and Jackson battling out. Levi chasing him down. Coming down last straightaway, though, it looks like Hudson Oman going to finish it off. Hudson in that 1. Jackson in the 2. Matthew, Hudson, and Levi finishing off Moto 4, round number 2. Moto 5, Elliott, Isaiah Bodie, and Yaya. Coming around that first turn, that's Elliott out front in the 1. Elliott in the 1, Yaya in the 2, Bodie in the 3. Coming down that rim section, though, Elliott Johnson out front in the 1. Gate Snappers leading it around. Bomber, Yaya chasing him down in the 2. 3B racing of Bodie in the 3. But Elliott, the Gate Snapper, chasing him around, showing him how it's done in the 1. Looks like Elliott going to get the 1. Yaya in the 2. Bodie in the 3. Down that last straightaway. Looks like it's how it's going to finish. Elliott, Yaya, and Bodie, 1, 2, and 3. All right, last round of balance bikes. Jax Vela, the Mohawk, flying in the 1. Coming to that rim section, Jax Vela. Oh, a little no-footer gets to that rim section. No feet, full Mohawk coming to that rim section in the 1. Jax Vela coming into that last turn, though. Jax solo racing, 5 and under balance bikes, moto number 1. Looks like Jax finishing it off, coming around that last turn. Jax in the 1, coming around. Gonna finish it off, Jax Vela, moto number 1. Moto number 2. It looks like Jace and Kinsey battle out, but Josiah, oh, the trash man coming through the middle, taking it over. The trash man out front, Josiah in the 2. Brindley in the 3, but the trash man showing him how it's done. Trash man, Bryant out front in the 1. Oh, Brindley trying to make a push on Josiah. Gonna finish it off. Jace, Kinsey, Dylan.
Trashman's last Strider race.
Is it Trashman's last Strider race? Awesome, going up to novice. Trashman gonna show novices how it's done. Looks like Eliana out front in the 1, the Cowboy, Desmond Zotman in the 2, Sawyer in the 3, Kaya in the 4, Carter giving the mom a workout through that rim section. Coming down last straightaway, though, Eliana out front in the 1. Eliana finishing off. Oh, Sawyer coming by the Cowboy. Sawyer taking over that 2. The ladies showing them how it's done this round of bounce bike. Eliana going to get the 1. Sawyer going to get the 2. Desmond, the Cowboy Zotman, going to get the 3. Kaya going to get the 4. And Dylan finishing it off. Moto number 4, 2 more balance bikes motos. Then we're moving on to Ladies League Cruiser. 214, Hudson Oman out front in the 1. Matthew in that 2. Hudson Kinney in the 3. But it looks like we got Hudson in the 1. Matthew in the 2. Hudson Kinney in the 3. Coming around that last turn. It looks like that's Jackson in the 4. Levi in the 5. But clean sweep today for Hudson Oman in the 1. Hudson Kinney in the 2. Hudson's 1 and 2. Jackson in that 3. And Matthew Cromer in the 4. All right. It looks like Bodie and Yaya just chilling in the rhythm section. Ellie out front in the 1. But Elliott showing them how it's done. Yaya taking off. Bombers in that too. 3B Racing for Bodie. Well, it looks like Elliott Johnson going to finish it off in the 1. Elliott in the 1. Yaya in that 2. And Bodie in the 3. All balance bikes headed up to the Snack Shack. Get your choice of candy for racing today. All Snack Shack. Come to the Snack Shack for all balance bikes. But it looks like Yaya and Bodie battling down the last straightaway. Last moto of balance bikes. Yaya and Bodie down the last straightaway. Yaya getting up over that tabletop. Bodie. They're both working on getting up over that. Yaya looking back, seeing where Bodie's at. Yaya going to finish it off. Bodie going to get the 3. That's how we're going to finish for balance bike racing. Moto number 5. All right, we are off. Ladies League Cruiser on the track. Luna Plata coming out hot in the 1. Oh, Luna going so hot, sliding out in the turn. Caught up the bike. Nova, the district champ, taking it over. Nova in the 1. Revolution Racing out front in the 1. Naihinki in the 2. Dr. Jordan. Allison Tinsel Tar Swigar in the 3, taking 4 to the main event. It looks like LaSalle ladies in the 1 and on the bubble. It looks like Nova going to get the 1, Naihinki the 2, Allison the 3, and Gia getting the 4th transfer spot. 11-12 Girl Cruiser. Tay, Aubrey, Harley, Sophia. Tay fresh off the plane from the World Championships out front in the 1. The district champ in the 1, but Sophia right on her in the 2. Taking 2 to the main event. Tay and Sophia 1 and 2. Aubrey and Harley chasing him down, but it looks like Tay, Ellison Cross out front in the 1. Tay going to get the 1 and Sophia getting the 2nd transfer. (17-20) Women Cruiser. Hayden, Audrey, Piper, Peyton, Megan, Hadley, Vita Kramer, Gold Cup champ with a hot start. Oh, she's going down too. Peyton running over her. We'll check on them, make sure they're okay. Hadley taking it over in the 1. Pickles up into the 2. Hayden Burkheiser in the 2. We are taking 3 to the main event. Hadley out front in the 1. Pickles in the 2. Piper. Oh, it looks like going underneath Top Gun Racing, trying to take it over Audrey. But it looks like Hadley, Hayden, and Piper, top 3 transfer. We're checking out on Vita and Peyton, making sure they're all right. Give it up for Vita and Peyton. These two ladies do a lot for SeaTac BMX. They're out here running every one of our summer camps, out coaching a lot of these novice intermediate riders. They're out here all the time helping the sport get better, so give it up for them. There we go. Vita and Peyton finishing it off. Last group, a ladies league cruiser. Bethany, Angie, Lisa, Kat, Heidi. Hey, if you're up on the bank on second turn, you got to get off. We have those barriers for a reason. Please do not climb on the turf. Bethany and Heidi out 1 and 2. Kat, Angie, and Lisa. Well, it looks like Heidi, the Race of Champions, 1 out front in the 1. Bethany in the 2. Kat, Angie, and Spike chasing them down. But it looks like taking 2 to the main event. Heidi getting a little bit of air in the 1. Heidi and Bethany, 1 and 2. Seven and under cruiser, full gate. Case, Oakley, Jordan, John, River, Jordan, Weston, and Eli. Come around that first turn. That looks like we got, I believe that's Weston out front in the 1. Weston Anderson leading around. Deer Park Mafia in the 2. JoJo coming by in the 3, trying to take it over. Taking 4 to the main event, but it looks like Weston, Lost Dog Anderson out front in the 1. Coming around that last turn, taking 4. Weston in the 1. Jordan in that 2. Case in the 3, and JoJo getting the 4. 8 cruiser on the gate. Bennett, Braden, Will, Liam, and Trey. Dr. Trey out front in the 1. Taking 2 to the main event. Trey in the 1. Bennett in the 2. Will Cromer in the 3. Trey aired it out in the 1 coming into that second turn. Dr. Trey out front in the 1. Bennett trying to hold off Cromer, but it looks like Trey out front in the 1. F3 racing, leading it around into that last turn. Saber racing in that 3. Around that last turn, Dr. Trey getting that first transfer spot. Bennett Hartnett gonna get the second. Airing it out. Gonna get the second. 9 cruiser, Caleb, Isaac, Caleb, Camden, and Chester. Cheddar Bear Curtis airing it out in the 1. Looks like Chester in the 1, Caleb Berry in the 2. Coming around that second straightaway. Caleb in that 3. Isaac and Camden, but it looks like Chester, Cheddar Bear Curtis out front in the 1. SeaTac development team showing around the track in the 1. Chester going to get the first transfer slot. Caleb Berry airing it out in the 2. Chester and Caleb straight to the main event. 10 cruiser, Tanner, Michael, Jax, Bennett, Ronnie, Blake, Reed. It looks like Tanner Whitney out front in the 1. Ronnie Victorino, the Gold Cup champ, in the 2. It looks like Tanner in the 1, Ronnie in the 2. Bennett Gray in the 3. Taking 3 to the main event. Tanner, Ronnie, and Bennett on the bubble, trying to hold off Columbia Basin in that 4, but it looks like Tanner and Ronnie 1 and 2. Down last straightaway, Tanner getting the first transfer spot. Ronnie the 3. Bennett getting a push, but it looks like Bennett going to get the 3. 11 cruiser, Richie, Cameron, Wyatt, Ryder, Kenzo, Grayson. Richie Victorino out front in the 1. Ponk Racing going underneath. Cameron Landon, the Carver taking over the 2, taking 3 to the main event. Kenzo up into the 3 on the bubble. Richie Victorino, though, out front in the 1, showing them how it's done. Richie, Cameron, Kenzo, 1, 2, and 3, all in transfer spots coming around that last turn. Kenzo taking over the 2. Toros Racing making the tacos up by the snack shack. It looked like Richie, Kenzo, and Cameron. 12 cruiser, Braden, Uriah, Maximus, Charlie, Marco, Parker, and Bo. Looks like Marco and Bo 1 and 2. Braden Gray in that 3, taking 2 to the main event. 2 groups for 12 cruiser. Marco and Bo. Bo, though, on that bubble spot, but it looks like Braden's trying to make a push. Marco, Bo, 1 and 2. Down last straightaway. Marco getting that first transfer spot. Bo going to get the 2. Second group, 12 cruiser on the gate. Akira, Max, Liam, Cameron, Caden, and Liam. Looks like Akira out front in the 1. Coming around that SeaTac turn, Akira Tanamura in the 1. Max in that 2, taking 2 to the main event to join Marco and Bo. But it looks like Akira out front in the 1, Max in the 2. But SeaTac development team showing them how it's done in the 1. Akira and Max, 1 and 2. Taking 2. Looks like Akira going to get the first spot. Max going to get the 2. 13 cruiser, Andre, Caden, Edgar, Jackson, Laser, and Kobe. Oh, looks like Edgar Fernandez in his World's jersey out front in the 1. Just got back from Denmark out front, showing them how it's done. Laser taking the big side, coming down second straightaway. Laser and Edgar. Laser, the big side pays off, taking it over. Bomber racing out front in the 1. Bomber BMX leading it. Edgar in the 2. We are taking 3 to the main event. That is Nahinki in the 3, but it looks like Laser, Edgar, Nahinki getting those transfer spots. Good racing. 15 cruiser, Joseph, Rad, Jamie, Hunter, Joseph. Looks like Joseph Hyde out front in the 1. Nitro, Dizzle in the 2. Taking to the main event. Jamie and Joseph taking the big side. Rad taking the big side, but it looks like Joseph and Jamie 1 and 2. Height and Halls in that transfer spot right now, coming down that last straightaway. Svady is chasing him down, but it looks like Height and Halls going to get the transfer spots. (17-20) cruiser, Angel, Ryan, Caleb, Braden, Garrett, Nick, Jackson, Angel, Plata, Jackson, Bill, 1 and 2, taking 3 to the main event. Garrett Motney in that 3, Caleb Kelly in the 4. Coming through that second straightaway, the Angel Plata out front in the 1. Jackson Bill, a district champ in the 2. Revolution Racing chasing him down. Jordan Racing in that 3. Angel, though, going to get the 1. Jackson, the 2. Garrett Montney getting the 3. 21-30 cruiser, Anthony, Preston, Adam. Looks like Anthony Holst, also fresh back from Denmark, out front in the 1. Anthony in the 1. Preston off the couch in the 2. Trying to hold off Adam Ekman, but it looks like Anthony Holst out front in the 1. Preston Stevens in the 2. Adam Ekman in the 3. Coming around that last turn. Total points for these 3. Anthony Holst going to get the 1. Adam, though, trying to push down last straightaway. Adam going to pump it out. Preston in that 3. 31-35 cruiser. No total points moto. Brendan, Kyle, and Blaine. These 2 have been battling every SCR, but it looks like Brandon aired it out in the 1. Kyle in that 2. Blaine in the 3. Coming around that second turn, though, Punk racing out front in the 1. Kyle, the Gold Cup champ, in the 2. Blaine in the 3. Around that last turn, Brennan Swigart going to get the 1. Kyle with the 2. Blaine the On cruiser, Joseph Height, you need to change your number. If you have the wrong number on your plate in the main, you will be disqualified. You have NAG 6 on the moto sheet. Mark Schott out front in the 1. Jim Jersick in the 2. Troy in the 3. That's how we're going to finish, 36-40 cruiser. Again, Joseph Height, double check your number on cruiser. Must be changed before the main event. 41-45 cruiser, Kyle Cohen out front in the 1. Oh, Kyle taking the big side. World record holder on the motorcycle, hitting the big side in the 1. Juan in the 2, Brent, Jesse, Zach. But Kyle Cohen showing them how it's done out front in the 1. Juan in the 2, taking 2 to the main event. Kyle and Juan, and you get those transfer spots. Oh, Juan going for it. Juan and Kyle racing for gate pick. 46-50 cruiser, Grady, Dom, Jesse, Brent, JJ. Points leader out front in the 1. Brent Lee leading it around in the 1. Dom in that 2. Grady, JJ, and Jesse. Coming around that second turn, though, Brent Lee out front in the 1. Dom in the 2. Taking 2 to the main event. Brent and Dom, 1 and 2, going to get those first 2 transfer spots. Brent and Dom, 1 and 2. 51-55 cruiser, Tommy P, Jeremy, John, Leslie, Monty, and HB. HB back on the track in the 3, but super safe and out front in the 1. Lindbergh in the 2. HB in the 3. Monty, Tommy P, and Leslie. But coming around that third straightaway, Jeremy Saban in the 1. John Lindbergh in the 2. Taking 3 to the main event. Oh, Monty going underneath, taking over. HB sitting down around the turn, old school. Looks like Kyle getting the 1. John Lindbergh the 2. (61-65) cruiser. Eric, Magic, Dr. D, Magic, not so magic on his back. Had to take the day off, but Dr. D in the 1. Allendorf in the 2. Simmons in the 1. Altendorf in the 2. Going to finish it off. Looks like Darren Simmons, Dr. D, going to get the 1. Altendorf going to get the 2. 66 and over cruiser. The Bionic Man, Bushnell out front in the 1. Richards in that 2. Suspender Man in the 3. Looks like Bushnell out front in the 1. Jeff Richards in the 2. Darren's there. Rich Simmons in the 3. But it looks like Bushnell out front in the 1. Richards 2. Mundell 3. Coming around that last turn. Bionic Man out front. Gonna get the 1. It's like Bushnell gonna get the 1. Richards the 2. Mundell gonna get the 3. 5 and under novice, Rhett, Finn, Aaron, Valeria, and Dexter. Coming into that SeaTac turn. That is, I'm not sure, it's a Lincoln Park jersey out front in the 1, though. That looks like, I believe that's Aaron out front in the 1. Valeria into 3, coming up, just bumping up from bounce bikes to novice. Looking good, but Aaron out front in the 1, taking 2 to the main event. Aaron in the 1, Rhett in the 2, Valeria in the 3, Dexter and Finn. Coming around that last turn, though, Aaron, Sison, Mosey out front in the 1, the Rhino in the 2, trying to hold off Valeria. But it looks like Mosey going to get the 1, the Rhino in the 2. Both going to the main event, Mosey and the Rhino going to the main event. 6 novice, Brindley, Torin, Kai, Julian, and Paisley. Kai out front, the 1 side by side into that SeaTac turn, 2 wide. Kai out front in the 1, or Kai in the 2 now. Coming into that second turn, deck plate racing in the 2, chasing him down. Coming around this second turn, that is Torin out front in the 1. Torin and Kai in, taking 2 to combine 4 for this group. There's 9 riders and 6 novice, so top 2 go to the main event. Torin and Kai out front in the 1, going to the main event. Torin going to get that first transfer spot. Kai going to get the 2. 6 novice, Amy, Anya, Georgia, Gardner, coming down that first straightaway. That looks like, I believe that's Georgia out front in the 1. Georgia in the 1. Gardner in the, oh, Georgia going down. Check out on her, make sure she's all right. Georgia going down, but Gardner coming by. Amy in the 2. Anya in the 3. We're checking out on Georgia, but Gardner out front in the 1. Amy in the 2. Coming down that third straightaway, it looks like Gardner leading it around in that transfer spot. Gardner in the 1. Gardner gonna get the 1. And Amy gonna get the 2. Also, please check your kids' helmets. I saw a couple not buckled. Please buckle your helmets when you're on the track. Give it up. Georgia getting up on that second straightaway. Gonna finish it off. Be back next round. There we go. She's finishing it off. 7 novice in the gate. Kaiser, Jace, Oakley, Cole, and Elliott. Out of the gate, it's Oakley with that hole shot in the 1. Lincoln Park jersey leading it around. Deer Park and Gate Snappers 2 and 3. But that is Kaiser in the 1, Jace in the 2. Coming into that second turn, though, Oakley, Finney out front in the 1. Oakley in the 1, Jace in the 2. Elliott chasing him down in the 3. Cole, and a little 1-footer from Kaiser, but he saved it. Coming around that second turn, though, looks like Oakley going to get that first transfer spot, taking 2 to the main event. Oakley in the 1, Jace in the 2. Second group, 7 novice, taking 2 to the main event in the gate. Aspen, Noah, Thea, Vanessa, Rylan. All right, second group, 7 novice, taking 2 to the main event. Theo Brain coming out hot into that SeaTac turn in the 1. He's been here at summer camp a bunch lately, getting this track down. Theo in the 1. Oh, a little 1-footer in the 2. Send it racing, sending it in the 2 with a 1-footer. Theo Brain, though, out front in the 1. Theo Brain in the 1. Aspen in that 2. Getting chased down by Rylan, but top 2 going to the main event. Theo out front in the 1, looking fast. Theo in the 1, Aspen in the 2, taking 2 to the main event. Theo going to get that first transfer. Aspen going to get the 2. 8 novice, full gate on the track. Saber Racing coming out hot in the 1. Nicholas in the 2, right between the 2 Saber boys. But it looks like we got out front, let me see who that is. Might be Dylan Hawkins in the 1. Nicholas falling back a little bit. Maverick up into that 2. But it looks like we got Dylan in the 1. All the Saber boys 1 and 2 taking 4 to the main event. Dylan in that first transfer spot. Jensen in that 2. Maverick in the 3. Nicholas in the 4. Going to finish off taking 4 into the main event. Those 4 are going to go. Please, if you are a parent, please do not run on the track if your kid crashes. Nine novice, Penny, Camden, AC, Reef, and Kinsley. Diablo's racing out front in the 1, but Penny in the 2 knows how to make some moves. Out front in the 1, that is Camden going to get that first transfer spot. Penny Norris going to get the 2. Reef up and going, finishing it out. 10 novice, Skylar, Marco, Gabe, Dominic, but it looks like Marco coming out front in the one, looking fast. Marco rides this track as much as anybody, knows it all. Marco out front in the one. Gabe in that two, but Marco leading it around. Bakerview chasing him down, but Marco pulling away a little bit. Out front in the one, Marco, Gabe, Skyler, and Dominic, a dominator in the four, but it looks like Marco putting in a hot lap, gonna get the one, the first transfer spot. Marco and Gabe going to the main event. Levin, Navas, Xavier, Avery, Holden, Aubrey. Z-Man coming out hot in the one. Xavier Cross out front in the one, getting chased down. Oh, too wide over that double. Holden battling with Avery, but it looks like coming down that second straightaway. Xavier, Z-Man Cross in the one, but Holden coming up hot, taking two to the main event. Xavier, he's also been out at summer camps out here at SeaTac getting down this track. Z-Man out front in the one. Xavier going to get the one. Holden the two. Transfer spots, Xavier and Holden. 13 novice, 7 on the track. Francisco coming out fast in the one. Toro's racing. Oh, it looks like Ella. She knows how to make some moves on this track. Coming in the one, taking it over. Ella Norris in the one, looking fast. Francisco in that two. We are taking 3 to the main event, but Ella showing the boys how it's done out on the track. Violet right now in the transfer spot, taking 3 to the main event. Ella Norris, little drift around that turn and saved it. Ella gonna get the one, Francisco the two, and Violet gonna hold on to that third transfer spot. 15 novice. Soul, Hayden, Caden, Taylor, and Logan, oh, coming out way in front. Diablo's out front in the one. That looks like Taylor Gunderson out front in the one. Lincoln Park battling out in the two. But Taylor pulling away way out front. Coming through that third straightaway. It looks like we got Taylor gonna get the one. Soul gonna get the two. $17-20. Now Leslie got the win yesterday, trying to keep it going. The Gold Cup champ out front in the one. Leslie Rios in the one. Jordan Stevens in that two. And Zoe in the three, but Leslie showing everybody how it's done. Out front in the one, home track, leading it around. Leslie Rios on fire in the one. Jordan getting that second transfer spot. And Zoe getting that third transfer spot. 36-40 novice, Justin Shane, Troy into that SeaTac turn. Troy in that two, coming around that turn, but it looks like Justin out front in the one. Troy side by side with Shane, but Justin out front in the one. Justin Burkhart leading it around. Troy Wormsbacher in the two. Shane Johnson in the three, side by side into that rim section. But it looks like Justin pulling away a little bit in the one. Shane taking over that two. Troy in the three. Justin, you get the one. Total points race for these guys. Justin, Shane, and Troy. 41-45 novice. Gregory, Massa, Trevor, Mario, Brett, and Ryan. That is Brett out front in the one. Massa in the two. The Gold Cup champ in the two. Coming down this second straightaway. 3 going to the main. Ryan in that 3. Coming around that second turn, though. Massa, the Gold Cup champ, showing him how it's done. Brett in the 2. Ryan in the 3, taking 3 to the main event. Massa, though, out front in the 1. Massa going to get the first transfer spot. Brett going to get the 2. And Ryan going to get the 3. Full gate, 46-50 novice. Bryce, Michael, Sean, Thomas, Eric, Michael, John, and Corey. 4 wide going into that first turn. Driving them wide, that's Garling on the inside. But it looks like we got Diablos leading around in the 1, Armbruster in the 2. coming underneath. That is Sean, Thomas, Garland, and Carlos coming through this third turn. It looks like we got Sean gonna get the 1. Thomas gonna get the 2. Armbruster gonna get the 3. Larson gonna get the 4, taking 4 to the main event. 5 and under intermediate, Eli, Tice, Sam, Weston, Camden, Asher, Keegan, and River. But that's Tice out front in the 1. He got the win yesterday, River Valley, trying to keep it going out front in the 1. Pulling away a little bit. Asher, Kenny, and Sam balance at 3 and 4. But in the second transfer spot, we got River, the Rocket, Tar in the 3, taking 4 to the main event. Tice, River, Asher, Sam, all in transfer spots. Looks like Tice gonna get the 1. River gonna get the 2. Asher and Sam. 6, intermediate, Ryder, Oliver, John. Ryder with a hot start, Johnny in the 2. Oliver just turned intermediate yesterday at River Valley. First intermediate race for Oliver France in the 3. But River out front in the 1. Novak in that 2. The Brick House in the 3. Coming into that second turn, though, it looks like River out front. Oh, Brick House trying to make a move, but Johnny holding him off. Coming through that third straightaway, Ryder out front in the 1. Johnny Novak in that 2. The Brick House in the 3. Looks like we're going to finish. Ryder Systema going to get the 1. Novak the 2. And France the 3. 7, intermediate, Case, Weston, Nico, Landon, Sparkle Shoes, and Henry Norris coming into that first turn. Oh, Nico, Bianco, Fiore making the move, taking it over in the 1. I know that's Lost Dog in the 3. We are taking 2 to the main event. The 7 intermediate's got a semi today. Nico in that 1, Landon in the 2, taking 2 to the semi-main event. Might be the biggest group today, 17 riders in 7 intermediate. Nico gonna get the 1. Landing gonna get the second transfer spot. So taking 2 to the semi-main event. Second group of 7 intermediate. That is Jack Cohen on the inside. Cycle Therapy racing into that SeaTac turn in the 1. Gold Cup number 2, Mateo in that 2. We're taking 2 to the semi-main event. That's Dougie Fresh in the 4. Coming through that second straightaway, though, Jack Cohen in the 1. Mateo Cruz in the 2 in the transfer spot on the bubble. Mateo trying to hold on to it, but Jack out front in the 1. Mateo in the 2. Looks like Jack going to get that first transfer spot straight to the semi-main event. Mateo going to get the 2. Third group, 7 intermediate. 2 of these guys going to the semi-main event. The Gold Cup champ out front in the 1. We got a Gold Cup 1, a Gold Cup 3, and a State 3 in this group. But Sabre racing, launching off that double out front in the 1. Oh, we had a Gold Cup 3, Top Gun Racing going down second straight. Oh, slipping a pedal, but holding on to it. Diego in the 1, Ledger in that 2, but Diego out front. Slipped the pedal around that second turn and kept it going. Taking 2 to the semi-main event. Diego going to get that first spot, and Ledger, the Gold Cup champ, going to get the 2. 8 intermediate, Theo Lincoln, Liam Whitaker, Lincoln. It looks like 2 groups, 8 intermediates. Whitaker out front in the 1. Whitaker in the 1. Might be Lincoln Graham in the 2, but it looks like Whitaker, Bike Master out front in the 1, coming around that second turn. Whitaker in the 1. Lincoln Matlin in that 2, taking 2 to the main event. Whitaker, though, showing them how it's done out front in the 1. Whitaker and Lincoln 1 and 2. Whitaker, Lincoln 1 and 2. Second group of 8 intermediate. Griffin, Diggins, and Toros Racing out front in the 1. Oh, making a move. Oh, Griffin going down. We'll check out on him. But that is, I'm not sure who that's in front, but Deer Park Mafia in the 1 getting chased down by Bakerview. Oh, Griffin back up and go and give it up for him. Liam Varney out front in the 1, though. Sawyer Gibson in that transfer spot, trying to hold off Bakerview. Bakerview on the outside, taking it over. It looks like Liam going to get the 1, and out Alonso going to get the 2, taking 2 to the main event. Around that SeaTac turret, I know it's Luca out front in the 1. Oh, F3 sending that double a little bit in the 3. But Luca out front in the 1. Everest in that 2, taking 2 to the main event. 2 combined 4 for 9 intermediate, though. Luca out front in the 1. Luca going to get the 1. Everest going to get the 2nd transfer spot. 2nd group 9 intermediate. Miles and Mika 1 and 2. Bob out front in the 1. Bike Master leading around. Toro's in the 2. Chased down by Top Gun, taking 2 to the main event here. Miles in the 1. Miles, Mika 1 and 2. Coming through that rim section, though. Miles Gates, Bob leading it around in the 1. Mika in the 2. Around that last turn, though, Miles Gates getting that 1st transfer spot. 2 combined 4, 9 intermediate. Looks like Miles getting 1st transfer spot. Mika getting the 2. 10 intermediate, 13 riders in this group. Easton coming out hot in the 1. Top Gun Racing in that 2. But Easton Anderson out front in the 1. Easton in the 1 coming around that 2nd turn. Saber Racing leading it around with Coda Bryan in that 2, taking 2 to the main event. But it looks like Easton out front leading it around. Easton airing it out a little bit in the 1. Coda getting the 2 to the main event. Easton and Coda getting those transfer spots. Connor Cycle Therapy Racing with a hot start in the 1. Coming into that SeaTac turn, Connor Hawkins out front in the 1. Bakerview and Gate Snappers chasing him down, but it looks like Bradley in the 2. But Connor pulling away a little bit out front in the 1. Connor Hawkins in the 1. Oh, side by side. We got Andrew and Bubby Bones in the 2. But down that 2nd turn, Connor Hawkins getting that 1st transfer spot, showing them how it's done. Bradley, Bubby, Bones, Clinton going to get that 2nd transfer spot. 11 intermediate, Wyatt North, Eon, Hudson, and Ismail into that SeaTac turn. Gate Snappers leading it around in the 1. North Rivera in the 2. Hudson busted in that 3. Trying to make a move and take over that 2. Taking 2 to the main event. Hudson 3rd to 1st with a good move. Pope in that 2, but Hudson making the move 3rd to 1st. Trying to hold on to it. North in that 3, taking 2 to the main event. Pope in the 1. Hudson in 2. North. Oh, North going to take it over. Pope and Hope going to get those 2 transfer spots. 11 intermediate, Jaden Colton, Lincoln, and Lincoln. But that looks like we got Colton Mason out front in the 1. Lincoln Whitmarsh in that 2, taking 2 to the main event. 2 combined 4 for 11 intermediate. Coming around that 2nd straightaway, though, it looks like Colton in that 1. Lincoln Whitmarsh in the 2. Coming around that 3rd turn, though, Colton Mason aired it out in the 1. Lincoln Whitmarsh is going to get the 2. 12 intermediate, 3-3 to the main event. Owen, Caleb, Liam, James, Caden, and Cameron. Coming around. Oh, James aired it out. James Campbell making the moves next to Owen, battling it out. But it looks like Caleb out front in the 1, James 2, Owen 3. Taking 3 to the main event. Liam Witters in the 4. But Callum going to get that 1st transfer. Owen and James getting 2nd and 3rd transfer. Good racing. 13 intermediate, taking 2 to the main event. Wyatt, Colby, Grayson, Graham, and Lucas. Looks like we got 4 out there, taking 2 to the main event. Send it racing 1 and 2. That's Wyatt and Colby out in the 1 and 2. Graham in the 3, Lucas in the 4. Colby out front in the 1, Wyatt in the 2, Graham 3, taking 2 to the main event. Coming around that last turn, though, the Send It boys showing them how it's done. It looks like Colby going to get the 1, Wyatt going to get the 2, straight to the main event. 14 intermediate, Eli, Paxton, Parks, and Dalton. It looks like out of the gate, 14 intermediate, 2-2 to the main event. Top Gun Racing out front in the 1, Iceberg leading it around. Gate Snappers in that 2, Paxton taking 2 to the main event. Iceberg and Paxton battling out 1 and 2. Dalton in that 3, Eli in the 4, but it looks like the Iceberg out front, Top Gun Racing in the 1. Oh, Gate Snappers trying to get it by, but it looks like Dalton coming by. The Iceberg and Dalton going to the main event. 16 intermediate, Harley, Cole, Tony, and Gabe. Gabe Scully out front in the 1 into that SeaTac turn. Columbia Basin team out front in the 1. Tony in the 3. Send It Racing coming by, taking over that 2. Looks like Gabe in the 1. Cole in that 2. Tony and Harley coming around that last turn. Looks like Gabe Scully going to get that first transfer. Cole Mo D going to get the second transfer. 36-40 intermediate, Adam, Blake, Dustin. It looks like Adam Golden out front in the 1, Dustin Finch in that 2. Blake Stokes in the 3. Whoa! Oh man, some bars moving on that one. Look at that. Oh, Blake Stokes, they're all battling. Man, the one guy with the bars moving made it through the track. Adam Golden with the Zane Stenson handlebars out front in the 1. Adam in the 1. Blake and Dustin, give it up for them, battling out for 2 and 3. They got total points. They're going to be doing this all 3 rounds. Adam going to get the 1. Blake going to get the 2. And Dustin going to get the 3. 41-45 intermediate, Kyle, Tim, Chris, Tommy, Raymond. It looks like Kyle Campbell out front in the 1. I don't know if anybody rides the track more than this guy and his kid. We got to kick him out and turn the lights off. Kyle Campbell in the 1. Tommy Schroeder in the 2, taking 2 to the main event. Kyle, though, out front in the 1. He hit that first transfer spot. Kyle going to get the 1. And it looks like Tommy going to get the 2. 46-50 intermediate. Andre out front in the 2. Not my fault. That's Senate in the 2. Coming through his third straightaway, or second straightaway. Senate Curtis in that 2. Toros Racing. Coy out front in the 1. Senate in the 2. The big Toro, one of the guys responsible for those tacos we're eating today, in that 3. But it looks like Coy going to get the first transfer spot, and Senate going to get the second. Ladies League on the track. Lily Diamond out front in the 1. Charlotte in the 2. Penny in the 3. Around that first turn, though, Lily Montgomery out front in the 1. Charlotte in the 2. Penny in the 3. Around that second turn, SeaTac Development Team in the 1. Lily Diamond in the 1. Charlotte in the 2. Penny in the 3. Around that last turn, though, it looks like Lily Diamond going to get the 1. Total points for these ladies. Lily in the 1. Charlotte in the 2. Penny in the 3. 8 girl experts. Gia, Ellie, Sophia, Lila. Baby Shark out front in the 1. The Cherry Bomb in the 2. Gia in the 1. Lila in the 2. Sophia in the 3 and Ellie in the 4. But Gia out front in the 1 coming around that second turn. Lila, though, chasing her down in the 2. Gia, Lila, Sophia, and Ellie taking 2 to the main event. It looks like Gia and Lila going to get the 1 and 2. Gia the 1, Lila the 2. 9 girl expert, Luna Kennedy, Tennyson, and Elizabeth. Looks like just got back from Denmark. The world champion out front in the 1. She went to Denmark last week and won her second world championship in the row. Out front in the 1, Tennyson McKee leading it around. Luna Plata in the 2, Beck in that 3, and Cameron in the 4. But it looks like Tennyson, 10-10 McKee, the world champ, out front in the 1. Luna Plata in the 2, both going to the main event. 10 girl expert, Nova, Jordan, Allison, Maddie, and Haley into that SeaTac turn. Momo out front in the 1, Maddie Montgomery in the 1, Nova in the 2, taking 2 to the main event. Maddie, Nova, 1 and 2, Dr. Jordan in the 3, Hurricane Haley in the 4, and Allison in the 5. But national age group number 7, Maddie Montgomery leading around in the 1, the district champ in the 2. But Maddie gonna get the 1, Nova gonna get the 2, both going to the, oh, Nova gonna come by. Nova didn't get the 1, Maddie the 2, both going to the main event. 12 girl expert, Isabella, Kaden, Harley, Sophia, and Chloe. Sophia McCain out front in the 1, send it racing. Chloe in that 2, taking 2 to the main event. 2 groups of 12 girls, but it looks like Sophia and Chloe in the transfer spots, 1 and 2. Sophia going to get that first transfer spot, and Chloe going to get the second. Second group, 12 girls on the track. Tay Ellefson Cross out front in the 1. Brooklyn, Big Trouble Beck in that 2, around that SeaTac turn, taking 2 to the main event. But Tay and Brooklyn, 1 and 2, being chased down by the Columbia Basin ladies. And Atomic Air, but it looks like Tay in the 1. Kennedy in that 4 or 3, but it looks like Tay out front in the 1. Brooklyn in that 2. Kennedy in that 3. Paisley in the 4, and Addison in the 5. 14 girl expert, Kenzie Green coming out hot in the 1. Ava Beck in the 2. Kenzie in the 3, or Kenzie taking over that 2. The Kenzies 1 and 2. Kenzie Green in the 1. Kenzie McCormick in the 2, but Ava 3. Lindsay and the Hollywood in that 5, but coming around that last turn. Kenzie Green out front in the 1. National age group 6, Kenzie Green going to get the 1. The Gold Cup champ, McCormick going to get the 2. (15-16) girl expert, Reagan, Tazia, OG, and Evie. But it looks like OG with a hot spot in the 1. OG out front in the 1. With Barney in that 2. But it looks like taking 2 to the main event. OG in the 1. Evie in that 2. And the Gold Cup champ Reagan in that 3, taking 2 to the main event. It looks like OG going to get the 1. Evie going to get the 2. 17-20 women expert, Vita, Peyton, Hayden. Hayden taking over that 2, but Vita Kramer, the Gold Cup champ, in the 1. De Silva in the 2. Peyton Howard side by side. Hayden, Peyton, 1 and 2, taking 2 to the main event. Vita out front in the 1. Hayden De Silva trying to hold off Peyton. Piper in the 4. Tori in the 5, but it looks like Vita going to get that first spot. Hayden going to get the second. Last group of Ladies League on the track. Heidi, Bethany, Kat, side by side into that SeaTac turn. Kramer taking it over on the inside. Heidi in the 1, Bethany 2. Total points for these ladies, Heidi, Bethany, and Kat, 1, 2, and 3. Coming around that second turn, Heidi Kramer out front, Bethany 2, Kat in the 3. Coming around that last turn, Heidi Kramer in the 1, Bethany 2, Kat 3. 6 expert, Brody, Grayson, Jordan, and JoJo. Looks like Brody, Showtime Beck out front in the 1. Brody in the 1 around that SeaTac turn. Deer Park Mafia going underneath. I believe that's Jordan James in that 2. But we got Brody Beck out front in the 1. Jordan James 2. Taking 2 to the main event. Brody, Showtime Beck, National Age Group 4 in the 1. Jordan James in the 2. Whitney in the 3. And JoJo in the 4. Looks like Brody Beck going to get the 1. First transfer, Brody Beck. Jordan James going to get the 2. 8 expert, Braden, Easton, Will, Arnie, and Brody. Will Cromer out front in the 1. Coming around that first turn, Arnie Hammond in the 2. Brody Burks on the inside. Oh, Arnie going down, airing it out, taking the risk. It goes down. We'll check out on him. But Will Cromer in the 1. Brody Burks, the Gold Cup champ, in the 2. Coming around that last turn, though, Will Cromer out front in the 1. Will and Brody, 1 and 2, taking 2 to the main event. Will and Brody, 1 and 2. All right, give it up for Arnie Hammond. Going for it, airing out the double mid-pack and goes down. Arnie Hammond, though, going for it, finishing it off. That's how you race hard. Mid-pack, trying to jump the double. All right, second group of 8 expert. Dr. Trey and Itsuki side by side, Bennett and Julian, but it looks like Dr. Trey with the hole shot out front in the 1. Oh, Bennett going underneath Itsuki, shutting him down. J-Dog in that 4, but it looks like we got 2 combined for this main event to go, but it looks like Dr. Trey out front of the 1, Bennett 2, Itsuki 3, J-Dog in that 4, coming around that last turn. Dr. Trey taking a look back to see where they are. Trey going to get the 1. Oh, Itsuki doesn't stop till the end. Bennett going to get that second transfer spot. 13 9-year-old experts. Logan, Coleman, Caleb, Eli, Meshich, Isaac, and Caleb. Oh, look, oh, going underneath, oh, wide. 3 wide, coming out, Eli Wormsbecker makes the high-low from 3rd to 1st. Coming into that second turn, though, back to 2nd. Eli making another move, but looks like we got Logan Gray in the 2, Eli Wormsbecker in the 1, taking 2 to the main event. Eli in the 1, Logan in the 2. Those 2 go to the main event. Second group, 9 expert, Andrew Parker, Jonathan Hudson, Chester Liam. Chester, Cheddar Bear Curtis out front in the 1. Airing it out in the 1, looking smooth, national age group number 11. Liam in that 2, taking 2 to the main event. Chester, Liam, 1 and 2. Hudson right on him in the 3. Coming around that second turn, though, looks like Chester, Cheddar Bear Curtis, in the 1, airing it out, going to get that first transfer spot. Oh, coming by the line. Oh, you might have got it. Ten expert, Reed, Kobe, Bennett, Michael, Blake, taking 2 to the main event. 10-year-old experts today, taking 2. F3 Racing taking over that 2. But that is Bennett out front in the 1. Reed in that 2. Blake in that 3, taking 2 to the main event. Oh, high-low, and F3 Racing making some moves. It looks like Reed going to get the first transfer spot. Bennett going to get the 2. Second group of 10 experts. Jackson, Dawson, Jax, Ronnie, Tanner. Tanner Whitney out front in the 1. Ronnie Victorino in the 2. Coming around that second turn, it looks like Tanner out front in the 1. Ronnie in that 2, getting chased down by the corn dog in Dawson. Coming around that last turn, though, Tanner Whitney and Ronnie in those transfer spots. Tanny get the first transfer. Ronnie gonna get the second. 11 expert, 13, 11-year-old experts, Richie and Jason, 1 and 2 into that second turn, taking 2 to the main event. Richie and Jason, 1 and 2 to the main event. Kenzo chasing him down in the 3, but taking 2. Richie and Jason in those transfer spots. Richie gonna get the 1, Jason gonna get the 2. Second group, 11 expert rider, Jax, Traxton, Cameron, Hanoa, and Grayson. Hanoa visited us from Tahiti out front in the 1. Traxton McKee in that 2. But Hanoa leading it around in the 1. Traxton fresh back from Denmark in that 2. Looks like, actually both of these guys were in Denmark, Hanoa and Traxton. Both of them were racing out of the Worlds last week. Hanoa gonna get the 1, Traxton gonna get the 2. 12 expert, Charlie, Jet, Maximus, Braden, Marco, Parker, Liam, Jet Fishbaugh out front in the 1. Braden in that 2, taking 2 to the main event. Jet Fishbaugh straight from the plane, literally landed about an hour ago, straight to the track. Jet Fishbaugh in the 1. Logan Gray, or Braden Gray in that 2, taking 2. Jet and Braden. All right, while we're working on the gate, we do have 50-50 coming down the last straightaway. Get some 50-50 tickets. All right, one thing I want to point out, I don't know if you guys noticed, but 6 of the people up there helping are the track operators from the entire state. So all these races aren't just run, these state races aren't just run by their track. Every state qualifier race is ran by every track together. So if you see a track operator, tell them thank you. It's not their race today, but they're all out here on the track. There's 6 of them out here helping run this race today, not just us. So if you see a track operator, tell them thank you. All right, we are ready to go. Give it up for everybody up there helping out. All right, Moto 83, 12 expert taking 2 to the main event. Easton, Max, Bo, Akira, Cameron, Uriah, and Colton. All right, out of the gate, Bo with a hot start, but Colton on the inside. Colton, Bo, Akira, 1, 2, 3, Max in the 4, but Colton taking the big side, looking good. Colton out front, Bo in the 2, Akira in the 3, but Colton Hackett out front in the 1, taking 2 to the main event. 12 expert, Colton and Bo, 1 and 2, taking 2 to the main event. Colton, Bo with a hot lap, looking good in that 2. Colton and Bo. 13 expert on the gate, Cooper, Levi, Laser, Edgar, Jackson, Caden, Bodie, and Andre. Laser taking the big side on the inside. Jackson in that 2. Laser and Jackson, 1 and 2, taking 4 to this main event, 8 in the group. Andre Helmstetter on the bubble. Laser in the 1. Laser gonna get the 1. Jackson the 2. Levi the 3. Andre gonna get that 4th transfer spot. 14 expert, another full gate, taking 4 to the main event. Jace Fishbaugh landed on the plane from Denmark an hour ago. Built his bike, came race SCR. Jace in the 1, Caleb Vessel in the 2, Raddick in the 3, Wyatt in the 4, taking 4 to the main event. Jace gonna get that 1st transfer spot. Caleb the 2, Raddick, and Wyatt. 15 expert, Riley, Jamie, Hunter, Isaiah, Kawika, and Raymond, but looks like Height in the 1, Nitro Dizzle in the 2. Jamie taking it over, Nitro Dizzle, big side paying off in the 1. Raymond in the 2, my fault, mixing them up. Nitro Dizzle in the 1, Raymond in the 2, taking 2 to the main event. Jamie in the 1, Raymond in the 2. This one's Joseph right here on the track. Joseph Height in the 1. Joseph in the 1. Joseph in the 2. Height and Servadius, 1 and 2. But Height out front in the 1. Servadius in the 2. Coming through that 3rd straightaway. Joseph Height out front in the 1. Servadius in the 2. But Height gonna get that 1st transfer spot. Servadius gonna get the 2. 16 expert, full gate on the track, taking 4. Colin Mims with the hot start in the 1. Mims in the 1. There we go. Inside, Emil Hudson with a little nose bonk in the 4, but saved it. Colin Mims in the 1. Ronan in that 2. Coming around that 3rd straightaway. Looks like Colin Mims going to get the 1. Conrad getting that 3. Hudson with that 4th, taking 4. 17-20 expert. This moto's pretty much a main event right here. Main event at a national in first round. Hudson White in the 1, Jasper 2, Angel 3, taking 2 to the main event. Hudson, Jasper 1 and 2. Look like Hudson gonna get the 1, Jasper the 2. Second group, 17-20 expert. These guys had semis yesterday. That looks like Garrett Motney out front in the 1, Ben LaSalle in the 2, Caleb Kelly in the 3. See if the big side pays off for Kelly, taking it over from LaSalle. Motney in the 1, Kelly in the 2, taking 2 to the main event. Motney in the 1, Kelly 2. Oh, LaSalle high-low in it, trying to take it over. Not sure who got that one. Motney got the 1. (21-25) expert. Zane Stenson out front in the 1. Zane in that 1. Ethan Patmore in the 2, taking 2 to the main event. Zane Stenson out front in the 1. Zane gonna get the 1. Patmore gonna get the 2, taking 2 to the main event. 26-35 expert. Blaine, Jim, Adam, Kyle, Jim Jersick out front in the 1. Kyle Wood in the 2. Well, it looks like Jersick in the 1, Wood in the 2, Adam Ekman in the 3, Blaine in the 4. Through that second turn, Jim Jersick out front. Kyle Wood in that 2, but Jim leading it around in the 1, taking 2 to the main event. Looks like Jim gonna get that first spot. Kyle Wood gonna get that 2. 41-45 expert. Paul out front in the 1. Zach, Jesse, and Chuck, but it looks like Paul Barr, getting a little crooked on that double. He saved it in that 1. Paul in the 1. Zach in that 2. Into that last turn, Paul out front in the 1. Taking 2 to the main event. Chuck trying to make a move, but Zach holding him off. Paul gonna get the 1. Zach gonna get the 2. Points leader out front in the 1. Circuit in the 2. The Hitman in the 3. Coming through that second straightaway, Brent Lee out front in the 1, Circuit in the 2, Marlon Gates 3, Jesse Kelly in the 4. But it looks like taking 2 to the main event, Brent Lee getting that first spot. Dom Circa getting that 2. 51-55 Cruiser, Super Saban out front in the 1, Scooter in the 2, Tommy P in the 3. But Jeremy out front in the 1. Saban leading it around in the 1, Scooter in the 2, Tommy P in the 3. Through that third straightaway, though, looks like Saban gonna get the 1 this round. Total points for these guys. It looks like Super Saban getting the 1, Scooter the 2, Tommy P the 3. 56 and over expert. Dr. D out front in the 1, Monty in the 2, Leslie Sanders 3, Bushnell 4. Well, it looks like Darren Simmons out front. Dr. D taking 2 to the main event. Dr. D leading it around in that 1. Monty in the 2, taking 2. Darren Simmons in that first transfer spot. Monty in the second. Looks like it's how we're going to finish this round. End of Moto number 96, round 1. We'll take a very short break just to do transfers, and we'll be right back. It looks like Dr. D and Monty getting those transfer spots. Check, check. Can we get Kim Alexander to the finish line? Kim Alexander to the finish line. All right, head back to staging. We're ready to start round number 2. All riders back to staging. All volunteers back to their spots. We are going to row round number 2. If you are over on the pump track, we are running round number 2. We're staging them up right now, especially if you're on a cruiser. You may want to head over. All right, Moto 6 in the gate, ready to go. These 4 going to the main event. Luna came out hot last round, slid out in that first turn. Back this round though, Luna, Sophia 1 and 2. Coming down that second straightaway, Luna Plata out front in the 1. Sophia in the 2. Well, Luna out front in the 1, Sophia in the 2, Briella in the 3, and Hadley in the 4. But it looks like Luna going to get that first spot. Sophia going to get the 2. They all go into the main event. Briella and Hadley. 11-12 girl cruiser. We've got Aubrey and Harley. Harley out front in the 1, Aubrey in the 2. Going to the main event. The way this works, they're racing for gate picks. Whoever gets the first in this one will get third gate pick for the main event. So they're racing for gate pick in the main event. Harley and Aubrey finishing it off. All these 2 ladies went down first round too. Battling it out. Taking 4 to the main event. Peyton, Vita, Aubrey, and Megan. The Gold Cup 1 and 2 side by side to that rim section. They're racing side by side out here all the time. But Vita out front in the 1. Peyton Woward in the 2. Aubrey and Megan. 41-45 ladies cruiser. Angie, Kat, and Spike. Angie, another one fresh off the plane from the World Championships. Out front in the 1, Kat in that 2, Spike in the 3. Coming around that main or second turn. National age group number 7 in the nation. Angie, Hot Mess Express, Lust out front in the 1. Cat in the 2, Spike in the 3. Looks like it's how we're gonna finish. Angie, Cat, and Spike. 7 and under, Cruiser coming around that first turn. I believe that is Case out front in the 1. Oh, Eli coming by, going from 4th to 2nd, throwing some elbows. Johnny Novak back to the 4. That's Case out front in the 1. Eli, River, and Johnny battling out for that 3rd and 4th. All 4 going to the mat, racing for gate pick. And that's how we're going to finish. 7 under Cruiser, 8 Cruiser. Send it racing out front side by side with Will Cromer. Moberg in that 3. Send it racing out front in the 1. Braden in that 1. Cromer in the 2. Moberg in that 3 coming around that last turn. All 3 going to the main event. It looks like Braden going to get the 1, Will the 2, and Liam the 3. 9 Cruiser coming around that SeaTac turn. That is McPeak, Micro Machine out front in the 1. Bomber racing the 2. Diablos in that 3. McCaleb out front in the 1. Isaac in that 2. Camden in that 3 coming around that last turn. Looks like the Micro Machine going to get that first spot this round. 10 Cruiser. 4 of them going to the main event. That's Bomber BMX out front of the 1, Columbia Basin F3, and Deer Park Mafia. But that is Blake Zamora out front in the 1, Jax Berry in the 2. Coming around that last turn. Oh, battling it out, racing for that gate pick. It looks like Bomber BMX gonna get that 1. 11 Cruiser coming around that SeaTac turn. Bomber BMX in that 1 coming around that second turn. That is Ryder in that 1. Grayson in that 2. Wyatt in the 3 coming around that last turn. Ryder gonna get that 1 and get that first transfer spot. 12 Cruiser, Braden Gray out front in the 1. Taking 2 to the main event in this one. Transfer racing, but Gold Cup number 2, Braden the Beast Gray out front in the 1. Top Gun in that 2. Parker Evans in that 2, taking 2 to the event. Braden and Parker 1 and 2. 2 of them going to the main event for 12 Cruiser. Braden Gray airing it out in the 1. Parker going to get that second transfer spot. Second group of 12 Cruiser taking 2. Columbia Basin out front in the 1, airing it out. Psychotherapy racing in that 2. That is Liam Winters in that 2. Liam 1 and 2. Liam Garcia in the 1. Liam Winters in that 2, taking the 2 transfer spots. They stay up front. Looks like the double Liam's going to get that 1 and that 2. 13 Cruiser taking 3. Andre Helmstetter out front in the 1. Airing out that double out front in the 1. SeaTac development team in the 1. Columbia Basin development team in that 2. Andre, Caden, and Colby coming around that last turn though. Helmstetter out front in the 1. It's going to be Helmstetter, McPeak, and Winters. 15 Cruiser, Circa out front in the 1. Rad airing it out in the 1. Oh, there we go. Good to see Hunter going for that pro set. Raddick out front in the 1. Hunter let that bullet fly in the 2. But it looks like Servadius coming by. Raddick, Servadius, and Collette. 17-20 Cruiser, Caleb Kelly out front in the 1. Ryan Pinney in that 2. Nick Detton in that 4. Braden Detton in that 3, but Caleb Kelly out front in the 1. Ryan in the 2, taking 4 to the main event. It's going to be Kelly, Pinney, and the 2 Dentons. 21-30 Cruiser, total points racing for these guys. Anthony Holst in the 1, Ekman in the 2. Preston Stevens off the couch, throwing some elbows, taking over that 2. Anthony Holst in the 1, Preston in that 2. Adam in that 3, but coming through that 3rd straightaway. Holst out front in the 1. Punk Racing leading around in the 1. Old Bike Master Jersey versus new Bike Master Jersey battling it out, but looks like Holst going to get the 1. Ekman the 2. Stevens ran out of legs in the 3. Another total point race. Brennan, Blaine, Kyle, Brandon, Swigart, Swiggy out front in the 1. Oh, got a little bus guys there, but it looks like Kyle Wood out front in the 1. Brennan 2, Blaine 3. Oh, Kyle Wood's going so fast, his plate's flopping around. Kyle Wood's in the 1. Brennan, though, high-low and it, trying to take it over. Brennan, Kyle battling it out. Brennan going to get it. Kyle, the 2. Blaine, the 3. .36-40 Cruiser, Jim, Troy, Mark in the gate. Total points for these 3. All right, Jim with the hot game, but Mark on the inside coming through. Mark shot in the 1, Jersick in the 2, Troy in the 3. Oh, Jim Jersick high-lowing it side by side, 2nd straightaway. Mark Shaw pulling through in the 1, Jim in that 2, Troy 3. Looks like Mark through that rim section, the 1, Jim in the 2, Troy in the 3. Around that last straightaway, Mark Shaw going to get that 1, Jersick a 2, Troy the 3. 41-45 Cruiser, Brent, Jesse, Zach, 1, 2, and 3. Cycle Therapy Racing out front in the 1. Sabre Racing in that 2. Brent in the 1. Jesse ends. Oh, Zach rolling the big side. There we go. Brent out front in the 1. Brent, Jesse, Zach, 1, 2, and 3. Coming around that last turn, though, Brent Azus out front in the 1. Jesse Berry in the 2. Zach Slota in that 3. 46-50 Cruiser, JJ West, Grady Howard, and Jesse Kelly. JJ F3 Racing out front in the 1. Grady Howard in the 2. Jesse in the 3. Coming through that 3rd straightaway. It looks like JJ out front in the 1. Grady 2, Jesse 3. Racing for gate pick here. JJ going to get the 1. Grady trying to hold off Jesse. 51-55 Cruiser. HB out front in the 1. Tommy P in the 2. Leslie Sanders in the 3. But HB Harwood out front in the 1. Tommy P in that 2. Leslie in the 3. Coming down that 3rd straightaway into that last turn. Oh, Leslie with a little power wheelie out of that turn. It looks like HB and Tommy P side by side going to finish it off. Leslie going to get that 3. 61-65 Cruiser. Dr. D out front in the 1. Altendorf in the 2. Magic Mike cheering from the side. You're always going to hear him. Best hype man in BMX. Dr. D in the 1. Eric Altendorf in the 3 or 2. Coming around the last turn, though, looks like Dr. D going to get the 1. Altendorf going to get the 2. 66 and over Cruiser. Bushnell, Richards, Mundell. Looks like Danny Bushnell out front in the 1. Mundell in that 2. Richards in that 3, but Mundell, suspender man, trying to hold off Richards coming in that 3. It looks like Bushnell out front in the 1. National Age Group number 3. National Age Group number 10 in the 2. Side by side with Richards coming to that 3rd straightaway. Bushnell out front in the 1. Richards taking up that 2. Bushnell airing it out in the 1. Richards in that 2. Mundell in the 3. 5 and under novice, Valeria, Dexter, and Finn. All 3 going to the main event, but 2 of these coming off of balance bikes recently up onto the big hill. Valeria in the 1, Dexter 2, Finn 3. Actually, all 3 of them just came off balance bikes not long ago. Valeria in the 1, Dexter 2, Finn in the 3. Coming through that rim section, though, Valeria pulled away a little bit in the 1. Coming around that last turn, Valeria in the 1, Dexter 2, Finn in the 3. Looks like it's how we're going to finish. Valeria in the 1. Dexter 2, Finn in the 3. 6 novice. Gate Snappers, Bakerview, Diablos into that SeaTac turn. Looks like Julian Hot Wheels Johnson out front in the 1. Julian in that 1. Showing them how it's done around that track. Oh, making some room. Bakerview trying to make a pass into that second turn. Paisley making some moves. Brindley in that 3, but it looks like Hot Wheels showing them how it's done in the 1. Paisley and Brindley chasing him down 2 and 3. But Julian Johnson going to get that 1. Paisley going to get that 2. And Brindley going to get that 3. 6 novice. Georgia went down hard last round, but back this round. Coming out hot in the 1. Georgia in the 1. Anya in the 2. Georgia making up for that little crash last round. Good to see her back out there going. Georgia in the 1. Anya in the 2. Georgia and Anya both going on to the main event, tanking 2. Oh, yeah, we got to hold. Yep. We're going to have to rerun this moto. They're supposed to be combined, those last 2 groups. Call back Moto 29 and 30. Please come back to the finish line. 29 and 30 back to the finish line. Brindley Pollock, Julian Hot Wheels Johnson, Paisley Graham, Anya Wormsbecker, and Georgia Engberg. That's supposed to be a combined take 4. So we're going to rerun that moto. We'll give them a break and let them rerun. But Moto 29 and 30 was supposed to be a combined moto. Supposed to be a combined take 4. Yeah, so one more time. Moto 29 and 30 will be reran. Brindley Pollock, Julian Johnson, Paisley Graham, Anya Wormsbecker, and Georgia Ingberg. We will run them at the end of novice. So we're going to give them a little break. They'll run between novice and intermediates, so right before intermediate start. Seven novice in the gate, taking 2 to the main event. Got 3 up there, taking 2. Send it racing. Oh, a little 1-footer out of the first jump. Holding on to it though, good save. Send it racing coming out of the gate in the 1. That is Cole out front in the 1, taking 2 to the main event. Top 2 going straight to the main. First group of 7 novice. Cole in that 1. Elliott in that 2. Chasing him down is Kaiser. We're taking 2 to the main event. Cole and Elliott, 1 and 2. 2 to the main event. Cole and Elliott. Looks like we're going to finish that round with Cole and Elliott going straight to the main event for 7 novice. Second group of 7 novice coming out of the gate. F3 racing with a hot star. Bakerview in that 2. Coming out of that SeaTac turn though. Oh, coming by on the inside. That looks like we got Vanessa out front in the 1. Vanessa in the 1 coming down that second straightaway, leading it around side by side into that second turn. Making moves, oh, almost trying to go from third to first. Good move for Ryland, taking it over. Ryland in the 1, Vanessa in the 2, Noah in the 3. Ryland taking it over from third to first. In that 1, taking 2 to the main event. Ryland in the 1. Vanessa trying to hold on to it, but Ryland and Vanessa are going to get them transfer spots. 8 novice. Looks like we got, oh, we had 1 go down. We're taking 4 to the main event. They're all going. But it looks like Top Gun racing out front in the 1. The Gold Cup champ, Hunter in the 1. Hunter in the 1. Oliver in that 2, White in the 3. Give it up, getting up on that first straightaway. Going down for Autumn. She's up and going though. Still going to make it to the main event. Going down to that first straightaway. That looks like Hunter going to get the 1. Oliver the 2. Oh, Wyatt coming by Oliver. Wyatt and Autumn up and going, finishing it off in that 4. Nine novice in the gate. Reef, Kinsley, AC coming out of that gate. Reef with a hole shot. Kinsley on the inside. AC in the 3. Coming around that SeaTac turn though. Looks like Reef out front in the 1. Reef, Kinsley, AC battling down that second straightaway. Reef out front, but Kinsley making up a little bit of room. The boss in the 2, but Reef out front. Coming around that second turn. Reef, Kinsley taking 3 to the main events. They're all going, but it looks like Reef in the 1, Kinsley 2, AC in the 3. Around that last turn, it looks like Reef going to get that first spot. Kinsley getting the second. AC getting that 3rd. 10 novice on the track. We took Marco and Gabe last round. We got Skylar and Dominic in this one, taking 2. Skylar out front in the 1. Dominic in that 2. With Skylar Nowak out front in the 1. The Dominator with the Mohawk flying in the 2. Coming through that third straightaway though, Skylar out front. Dominic in that 2 around that last turn, taking 2 to the main event. Skylar going to get that first spot. Dominic going to get the second. Coming around that SeaTac turn, Aubrey and Avery. Avery out front in the 1, Aubrey in the 2. Coming out of that second turn, it looks like Avery in the 1, Aubs in that 2. Through that rim section, Avery out front in the 1, Aubrey in the 2. Taking 2 to the main event. It looks like it's how we're going to finish. Aubrey and Avery, 1 and 2. Down that first straightaway. Oh, a little crooked on that jump, but saved it. Coming into that SeaTac turn, Bakerview out front in the 1. Bakerview in the 1. That is Griffin out front in the 1. Griffin in that 1. Hunter in that 2. Lyric in that 3. And Serenity in that 4. But coming around that last turn, it looks like we are going to have Griffin going to get that first spot. Hunter the 2. Lyric that 3. And Serenity with that 4. 15 novice around that first SeaTac turn, taking 3 to the main event. Side-by-side racing down that second straightaway. Gate Snappers taking it over. Looks like Logan out front in the 1. Logan, Hayden, and Caden around that last turn, though. Logan out front in the 1. Going to get that first spot. Logan going to get the 1. Hayden going to get the 2, and Caden going to get the 3. 17-20 novice into that first turn. Taking 3. No visor flying in that 1. Coming around that first or second straightaway. That is Vivian out front in the 1. Vivian leading it around in the 1. Allie in that 2 and Brian in that 3. Around that last turn though, looks like Vivian Pippin gonna get that 1. Allie the Hurricane Gale gonna get the 3 and Brian gonna get the 4. 36-40 novice, Justin, Shane, Troy, total points racing for these 3. Justin out front in the 1. Shane and Troy went back and forth last round, but Justin out front in the 1. Shane 2, Troy 3. Coming around that second turn, Justin Burkhart out front in the 1. Shane holding off Troy so far in that 2. Troy in the 3, but Justin out front in the 1. Justin, Shane, Troy, 1, 2, and 3. It's how we're going to finish, Justin, Shane, and Troy. 41-45 novice coming around that SeaTac turn. Whoa, Trevor Waller going down. We'll check on him, make sure he's all right. He's up and going. Give it up for him. Lincoln Park jersey, though. Gregory in that 1. Mario in that 2. Trevor up and going, though, in that 3. All 3 are going to the main event. 154 with Gregory Volker out front in the 1. Mario in that 2. And Trevor finishing it off in that 3. 46-50 novice. Taking these 4 to make a full gate in the main event. 46-50 novice. Into that SeaTac turn in the 1. Oh, trying to put a foot down. Old school there. Looks like Corey out front in the 1. BMX breakthrough in the 2. Corey Kerwin, though, out front in the 1. Eric Garland in that 2. John Servadius in the 3. And Michael in that 4. But it looks like Corey got to get the 1. Garland going to get the 2. Servadius the 3. And Michael the 4. All right, this one is that rerun moto. The rerun moto is going. 6 novice. That is Georgia out front in the 1. Georgia in the 1 leading it around. Looks like Anya on the outside looking in so far, but Georgia leading around in the 1. The 6 novice, the rear one, taking 4 to the main event. Georgia in the 1. Julian in that 2. Paisley in the 3, and Brindley in that 4. Anya in that 5. Coming around that last turn, though, Georgia gonna get the 1. Coming out strong after going around that first town. They just got an extra lap in. Julian in that 2. Paisley gonna get that 3, and Brindley gonna get that 4. Oh, Eli slipping a little pedal. Let's see, gotta catch up my motos. 5 and under intermediate, 4 going to the main event. That's Keegan out front of the 1, Eli in the 2. Weston in the 3. Oh, that is Cam up going again. Went down in that first turn, but got back up. Oh, a little 1-footer through the rim section. Eli coming back, taking all 4 of them to the main event. Weston and Cam. 6 intermediate total points for these 3. Ryder, Oliver, and Johnny. But looks like Ryder out front in the 1. Johnny in that 2. Oliver France, first intermediate race, turned intermediate at River Valley yesterday with the big win. But Ryder out front in the 1. Johnny in that 2. Oliver France in that 3. Coming around that second turn, though, Ryder, no visor, ripping. Lincoln Park in the 1. Novak in that 2. Oh, Oliver France trying to make a move, couldn't make it stick. But Ryder going to get the 1. Novak the 2, and the Brick House going to get the 3. 7 intermediate. This is the moto with a semi. We're taking 2 in this group to a semi, the biggest group of the day. That's Weston out front in the 1. Henry Norris trying to hold on to that second transfer spot. Case in that 3, and Sparkle Shoes in the 4, but taking 2 to the semi-main event. Weston, Lost Dog Anderson going to get that 1. Henry Norris getting that second transfer spot. Second, Group 7 intermediate. I know that's Dougie Fresh in the 2nd. Dougie Fresh out front, or in the 2. Lincoln Park jersey in the 1. Coming around that second turn, that is Braden Turbo Reyes. Doug trying to hold on to that second transfer spot to go to the main event. Braden and Doug, 1 and 2. Braden going to get that first transfer spot. Dougie Fresh getting the second, straight to the semi-main event. Third group, 7 intermediate, taking 2 more to the semi-main event. Top 2 will go. Third one will be out, but Top Gun trying to make a move, taking over that 2. That looks like Reagan out front in the 1. Ben in that 2. Oh, he's trying to go all the way up to first. Reagan and Ben, 1 and 2. Looks like Reagan, Ben, 1 and 2 are going to get those transfer spots. Reagan, Ben, 1 and 2. Going to a semi-main event for 7 intermediate. Whoa, 9 intermediate, good save there. Lost a foot. 2 one-footers over the double and saved it. 2 going to the main event. Transfer racing here. That is Theo in the 1. Lincoln in that 2. Liam in that 3. But the Star Destroyer out front in the 1. Theo Johnson lead around. Moberg coming by on the outside. Looks like Johnson going to get the 1. Moberg going to get the 2. Second group of 8 intermediate. I know that is Griffin out front. He slid out in that first moto. Coming back hot this one, though. Griffin out front in the 1. Sawyer in that 2, taking 2 to the main event. Griffin out front in the 1. Sawyer in the 2. Caroline in that 3. Coming around that last turn, taking 2 to the main event. Griffin going to get that first transfer spot. Oh, Caroline trying to make a push down this last straightaway, but Sawyer going to hold her off. Sawyer going to get that second transfer spot. 9 intermediate. This is the combined moto taking 4 to the main event. 4 are going straight to the main event. Top Gun Racing out front in the 1. F3 Racing coming by in the 2. That is Zayden in the 1. Riker in that 2, coming through that third turn. Zayden going to get the 1. Ryder airing it out in the 2. Briella in that 3, and Lily going to get that last transfer spot. 10 intermediate, 2 going to the main event. 13 riders, 10 intermediate, so we're almost cutting them in half. Coming into that main event. Gate Snappers, 1 and 2, I think, coming around that second straightaway. That is Atlas out front in the 1. Atlas Billings leading it around. Atlas in that 1. Andrew in the 2. Ollie trying to make a move in the 3. Alana in the 4. Taking 2 to the main event. Looks like the Gate Snapper is going to get both qualifiers. Atlas. Oh, looks like trying to come in hot. Oh. Second group, 10 intermediate. Another Gate Snappers out there in the 1. Coming down that second straightaway. Gate Snappers are looking good at 10 intermediate. Andrew in that 1. Paisley in that 2 on the bubble. Andrew and Paisley, 1 and 2, taking 2 to the main event. Andrew going to get that first spot. Paisley, oh, looks like Gold Cup champ Hadley trying to come by, but Paisley going to get it. 11 intermediate, another combined moto. Hudson, France, out front in the 1. Hudson, busting, looking smooth. Into that second turn, Bike Master leading it around. Sender Racing in that 2. Hudson France, though, in the 1. Wyatt in that 2. Hudson, Wyatt taking 4 to the main event. Hudson, Wyatt, Jaden Moberg, and Ismael Carlos. 12 intermediate. That is Liam out front in the 1. Liam Winters in the 1, taking 3 to the main event. We got all 3 out there. Liam in that 1. Bakerview in that 2. Deer Park Mafia in the 3, but Liam in the 1. Cameron in that 2, and Caden in the 3. Liam, Cameron, Caden, all 3 going to the main event, but Liam getting that first gate pick out of these 3. Liam going to get the 1. Cameron going to get 2. Caden going to get the 3. 13 intermediate. Oh, looks like we got 2 out there battling 1-on-1. Both going to the main event, but they're battling out. Lucas and Graham. Grayson walking it out. But it looks like Lucas and Graham battling out for that gate pick. Lucas in that one, coming around that last turn. Graham high, low on it, trying to make a push down last straightaway. Lucas also brand new intermediate, looking good. Lucas, Graham, 1 and 2. 14 intermediate, taking 2 to the main event. Paxton out front in the 1, leading around in the 1, taking them both. Paxton leading it around. Eli in that 2. Paxton, Eli side by side through that rim section, coming into that last turn. Paxton, gate snappers out front. Eli high, low on it though, looking good. Eli going to take the 1. Paxton going to get the 2. 16 intermediate. Harley and Tony, I believe. Harley in that 2. Tony, Slim Shady, Mansfield in that 1. Tony leading around, taking 2, both going to the main event. Tony and Harley, 1 and 2. Tony, Harley, 1 and 2, both making that main event. Coming around the last turn, looks like Tony going to get that first spot. Harley going to get the 2. 36-40 intermediate. These 3 were all over the place last round. We had some bars move. We had 2 people crash all over the place, but it looks like Adam Golden out front in the 1. Oh, Blake Stokes airing it out in the 3. Dustin Vinch in the 2. But Adam in the 1, Dustin 2. Blake Stokes in the 3. Coming through that third straightaway, Adam Golden keeping his bars in the right spot this round. Adam in the 1, Dustin 2. Blake's airing it out in the 3. Looks like Adam Dustin trying to make a push. Adam, Dustin, Blake, 1, 2, 3. 41-45 intermediate. Whoa, getting a little crooked, but saving it. All 3 are going to the main event, but Chris Whitmarsh in the 1. Tim Teege in that 2. Raymond Nichols says, I'm already going to the main. I'm just going to chill in the 3. It looks like Whitmarsh going to get that first spot. Tim going to get that 2, and Raymond going to get that 3. 46-50 intermediate. Big Toro, one of the people responsible for them tacos we're eating. It looks like we got some other people that are rolling the gate due to injuries, making sure they're still getting those points. But Big Toro getting a solo ride. Give it up for David Rios. His group is responsible for them tacos you're eating over there at the Snack Shack today. So give it up for Toro Cycling for all those tacos and all they do for BMX. Also get a bunch of kids on bikes. Big Toro leading around, going to get that spot. Andre and Moberg going to roll across that finish line. Ladies League on the track, Lily, Charlotte, and Penny. Lily Diamond coming out hot in the 1. Lily in the 1, Charlotte in the 2, Penny in the 3. Coming down that second straightaway, though, it looks like Lily Diamond out front. Charlotte, National Age Group 4 in the 2. Lily, Charlotte, Penny, 1, 2, and 3. Coming around that last turn, though, Lily Montgomery leading around. Lily Diamond going to get that 1 if she keeps it going. Charlotte in that 2. Looks like Lily, Charlotte, and Penny. 8-girl experts, Sophia and Ellie, 1 and 2. Sophia in the 1, Ellie in the 2, both going to the main event, but racing for gate pick right now. Sophia in the 1, Ellie in the 2. Coming around that second turn, though, Sophia Mendez leading it around in the 1, Ellie in the 2. In and out of that last turn, though, Sophia Mendez, Bomber BMX in the 1. Ellie, Saber Racing in that 2 is how we're going to finish. Sophia and Ellie, 1 and 2. 9-girl expert, Luna and Kennedy. Or no, Elizabeth and Kennedy, my fault. Elizabeth Beck out front in the 1. Kennedy Cameron in that 2, coming around that second turn. Elizabeth Beck in that 1. Kennedy Cameron in that 2, both going to the main event. We're going with gate pick. Looks like Elizabeth Beck going to get that 1 this round. Kennedy Cameron going to get the 2. 10-girl expert, Dr. Jordan Tinseltart and the Hurricane Haley into that SeaTac turn. Dr. Jordan leading around, but Tinseltart chasing down in that 2. Hurricane Haley in that 3. Down that second straightaway, though. Nahinki out front in the 1. Nahinki, Hurricane Haley making a move. But Swigart right there, side by side down the rim section. Nahinki in the 1. Swigart in that 3, but looks like Nahinki can get the 1. Hurricane Haley the 2. And Tinseltart going to get the 3. 12 girl expert. We've got Harley, Queen Bee, and Pinky coming down that second straightaway. Harley Decker out front in the 1, the Queen Bee in the 2. Pinky, Isabella Azas in the 3. But it looks like Harley Decker out front in the 1. Queen Bee chasing her down, though, in the 2. Harley in the 1, trying to hold off Queen Bee. Harley, Queen Bee, and McClure going to come by. Second group, we're taking 2 in that one, so Harley and Queen Bee getting those transfer spots. Taking 2 in this moto, too. Looks like we're trying to get 2 Columbia Basins, but Atomic Air in the middle. Kennedy out front in the 1, Paisley in the 2, Addison in the 3. We're taking 2. But it looks like Atomic Air spoiling that Columbia Basin sweep. It looks like we're going to get Kennedy in the 1. And Paisley in the 2. 14 girl expert, Ava, Kaylee, and Hollywood. But it looks like Ava out front in the 1, Callie in the 2, Hollywood in the 3, taking 3 to the main event. Ava out front in the 1, Callie in that 2, Hollywood in the 3 around that last turn. Ava Beck getting that first spot, Callie getting that second, Hollywood getting the 3. (15, 16 girl expert all by herself. Reagan Whitmarsh with the solo lap. But the Gold Cup champ, Reagan Whitmarsh, solo lap, coming by herself into that second turn. Reagan Whitmarsh trying to finish it off, making that main event. Saber Racing leading around, but give it up. Reagan Whitmarsh, Gold Cup champ, going to get that transfer spot. 17-20 expert, Peyton, Piper, and Tori. But Peyton Howard out front in the 1, Piper Circa in the 2, all 3 going to the main event. But we got Peyton, Piper, and Tori side by side coming to that second turn. Peyton Howard, though, out front in the 1, Piper, Tori, 1, 2, and 3. Peyton Howard going to get that first transfer spot. McCormick going to get that second. Piper going to get that third. Last moto of Ladies League on the track. Total points for these ladies, Bethany, Heidi, and Kat. Coming to that second straightaway. Bethany out front in the 1, Heidi in that 2, Kat in the 3. Around that second turn, Bethany leading around, but Heidi chasing it down in the 2, Kat in the 3. Around that last turn, it looks like Bethany, Heidi, Kat, 1, 2, and 3. 6 experts in the track. JoJo and Grayson. It looks like we got Baby Squatch and JoJo on the track around that SeaTac turn, both making the main, but racing for that gate pick. Grayson Whitney out front in the 1. JoJo hearting it, trying to make a push, but shutting him down. Grayson in that 1, JoJo in that 2 through that rim section. Grayson, JoJo, 1 and 2 into that last turn. Baby Squatch gonna get that first transfer spot. Jordan Hodnick gonna get that second. 8 expert taking 4 to the main event. Combined for Itsuki and Arnie, 1 and 2. J-Dog in that 3. The SeaTac boys showing them how it's done, 1 and 2. J-Dog in that 3. Braden holding that bubble spot. Easton, Easy E trying to chase him down, but Itsuki and Arnie showing him how it's done. Itsuki, Arnie, J-Dog, and Braden taking those 4 transfer spots. 9 Expert taking 2 to the main event. So we're dropping 3 in this one. Caleb Berry in that 2 on the bubble spot. Saber Race and the Gold Cup champ trying to hold on to it. But it looks like we've got Caleb Berry in that 2. Coleman Beck in that 1. Coleman in that 1. Caleb Berry holding on to that bubble spot in the 2, taking 2. 9 Expert to the main event. Looks like Coleman going to get that 1. Caleb going to get the 2. Second group of 9 Expert taking 2 to the main event. Columbia Basin out front in the 1. Deer Park Mafia and Bomber side by side coming down that second straightaway. But that's Liam Kelly out front in the 1. Liam Kelly in the 1. Jonathan in that 2. Andrew in that 3. Coming around that last straightaway, though, it looks like Liam Kelly holding on to that first transfer spot. Liam going to get that 1. Jonathan going to get that 2. 10 Expert taking 2 to the main event. Okay, Kobe trying to high-low, side-by-side down that second straightaway. Bomber BMX in the 1. Bomber in that 1. Deer Park Mafia, Kobe trying to make some moves. But that is Blake in the 1. Michael in that 2. Kobe Camuso trying to make some moves, get into that main event, taking 2. It looks like we've got Blake getting at that first spot. Michael going to get that second. Good racing from Kobe trying to make some moves. Second group 10 Expert. Columbia Basin. Oh, Jackson Corndog making a move. Third to first. Taking it over, taking 2 to the main event. But the Corndog making a move in the 1. Oh, elbows side by side with Dawson and Jax, but Jackson out front in the 1. Looks like the Corndog going to get the first spot. Then Jax Berry going to get the second. Good racing. 11 Expert taking 2 to the main event. Kenzo out front in the 1. Kenzo in that 1. Kenzo in that 1, the state champ. Drody in the 2. Oh, looks like we've got Bomber in that 3, trying to make a push, trying to make a move, taking it over. Kenzo in that 1. Ryder going to get that second spot. Kenzo and Ryder, 1 and 2. 11 Expert into that first turn. We've got Jack out front in the 1. Cameron Langdon in the 2. Ryder in that 3, taking 2 to the main event. So we're dropping 2, but it looks like Jack and Cameron, 1 and 2, coming into that last turn. Ryder trying to make a move, but Cameron shutting him down. Looks like Jack going to get that first one, and Cameron going to get the second spot. 12 Expert taking 2 to the main event. Marco coming out fast. Toros racing out front in the 1. Got a bike length lead into that first turn. Marco in the 1 and being chased down by a bunch of Top Gun and Columbia Basin. It looks like Marco out front in the 1. Marco in the 1. Maximus in that 2. Parker 3 into that last turn. Looks like Marco in the 1. Marco going to get that first spot. Maximus going to get that second. Second group 12 Expert taking 2 more. Looks like Akira out front in the 1. Max in that 2. Akira and Max 1 and 2 taking 2 to the main event. Akira Tanamura out front in the 1. Max in that 2. 2 of these guys going to the main event. Akira aired it out in the 1. Akira going to get that 1. Max going to get the 2. 13 Expert taking 4 to the main event in this one. Oh, Edgar changes his jersey in between motos. Can't recognize him. Coop in the 2, though, taking 4. Coop trying to hold on to that second gate pick, but Edgar in that 1. Coop in the 2. McPeak in the 3. Bodie in the 4. That's how we're going to finish. 14 Expert taking 4 to the main event. No out front in the 1. Noah leading it around in that 1. Dylan in that 2. Evan in that 3. And Ethan in that 4. But it looks like Noah leading around in that 1. No, into that last turn. Noah going to get that first transfer spot if he keeps it going. Wyatt in that 2. Evan in that 3. And Ethan in the 4. 15, Expert. Hunter Collette out front in the 1. Hitting the big side. That's awesome. Looking good. Puts down the baseball bat for a day and sends a pro set. I like it. Hunter Collette in the 1. Gold Cup champ in the 2. DeBoer in the 2, but taking 2 to the main event. Hunter Collette out front. Going to get the 1. Hunter going to get the 1. Oh, Riley Phillips coming in. DeBoer going to get the 2, though. Second group 15X, but looks like only 2 showed up on this one. It looks like Ian in the 1. They're racing for gate pick. Ian in the 1. Deegan in the 2. They're battling it out. Looking good. Deegan and Ian, 1 and 2. Taking it back over. That's how you race for gate pick. Deegan and Ian, 1 and 2. '16 Expert, all 4 going to the main event, but they're racing it out. Oh, Herrera taking it over in the 1, but out on the outside, Colton Ellison in the 1. Josh in that 2. Ryan and Aiden back and forth battling it out. Columbia Basin versus Top Gun into that last turn. Columbia Basin, Ellison out front in the 1, Herrera in the 2. Penny and Miller going to finish it off. 17-20 Expert. Fast guys are not making the main event in this one. Dylan down and Angel Plata, 1 and 2. Jackson, Crazy Legs on the outside looking in. It looks like Angel and Double D going to get those 2 transfer spots. Angel and Downing. 17-20 Expert, Ben LaSalle out front in the 1. Ben in that 1, the Gold Cup champ of Boston in that 2. Oscar trying to make some moves in that 4, but Ben LaSalle out front in the 1. Boston in that 2. Jameson and Oscar trying to make some moves, but looks like Ben LaSalle going to get that first transfer spot. Boston going to get that second. Full gate, 17-20 Expert in the main. Taking 2 to the main event, Garrett and Gage. But Garrett, Steezy, G out front in the 1. Garrett in that 1. Gage in that 2. Coming around that second turn, though, Garrett Armbruster in that 1. Gage in that 2. Coming into that last turn. Garrett going to get that first spot, and Gage going to get the second. 26-35 Expert, Adam Ekman, Blaine Stewart into that SeaTac turn. Adam Ekman out front in the 1. Blaine in that 2. But looks like Adam leading around. Bike Master in the 1. F3 Racing in that 2. Coming around that second turn, though, Adam Ekman in that 1. Blaine in the 2. Adam, Blaine, 1 and 2 into that last turn. Blaine, Adam taking it over. Race from gate pick. Adam going to get that 1. Blaine going to get the 2. 41-45, Expert, Jesse and Chuck taking 2 to the main event. Jesse Berry out front in the 1. Chuck Hurlbert in that 2. Jesse and Chuck, 1 and 2. Around that, oh, Chuck making a move. The Gold Cup champ side by side with Berry. But it looks like Jesse Berry pulling ahead a little bit in the 1. Jesse in that 1. Chuck in the 2. Looks like Jesse going to get it. Chuck going to get that 2. 46-50 Expert. Marlon and Jesse, the hitman out front in the 1. Around that SeaTac turn, Marlon Gates, the Gold Cup champ out front in the 1. Jesse in that 2. Coming around that second turn, it looks like Marlon Gates leading around. Jesse in that 2, though, but Marlon trying to keep that Gold Cup 1 later in the year. Marlon Gates out front in the 1. Jesse in that 2. That's how we're going to finish. Marlon and Jesse, 1 and 2. 51-55 expert. Total points for these guys. Super Saban out front in the 1. Scooter in the 2. Tommy P in the 3. Jeremy Saban out front in the 1. Scooter, Tommy P, 2 and 3. Coming around that second turn, though, looks like Saban out front in the 1. Saban, Scooter, Tommy P, 1, 2, and 3. Looks like Super Saban getting the 1, Scooter 2, Tommy P the 3. Leslie and Bushnell, but looks like Sanders supposed to be taking it easy down that first straight, but Bike Master coming by. Sanders in that 2. Leslie Sanders, Daylight Racing in that 2. Bushnell in that 3. Around that second turn, looks like Bushnell taking it over. The Bike Master out front in the 1. Leslie Sanders in that 2. It's going to be Bushnell, Sanders. Last moto, second round. We're going to take a break. So we're going to take a break, get all of our moto sheets ready. We'll be reposting the main events once they are ready. So, taking a break. We will head back for third round soon. All right, 7 intermediate semi is posted over on the moto board. So 7 intermediate semi is posted. All right, again, all semis are posted. Also, all main events are posted also. Main events are posted on sheets, minus the 7 intermediate ones. Semis are posted. Again, he's coming back up to do 50-50 right now, but motos are posted. Your moto number may have changed, so please make sure you check that.
She's doing trophies. We need to get her.
Can we get Kim Alexander? Kim Alexander, 2 signups. Kim Alexander signups. If you have a semi, you need to be in staging right now. We need Nico Biancafiore and Benjamin Denton to staging. And we are going to run the semi and go straight into main events. So I would start getting to staging. We're going to run the semi and then go straight to the first main event right afterwards. So all riders start heading to staging. All right. If we can get all volunteers back to their spots, all riders up to staging. We're doing the semi and then straight into the main events. So all volunteers back to their spots, all riders start heading to staging. If you have a semi, you should already be in your chutes. You can get all riders to staging, all volunteers back to their spots. All right, if you're not in staging yet, you should be. All right, again, all riders, if you're not on staging, you should be. If you're on the pump track, you're going to want to head over to staging. If you are a volunteer, definitely head back out to the track. So in the main events also, if you do have any protests or anything, Jeff, track operator Moses Lake, is down at the finish line. He'll be your middle person to send you to Sam, who is our head official. So that's right. He will usher you to Sam McPeak. Also, the tacos are shutting down in about 15, 20 minutes, so if you didn't get any tacos, head on up there. Get some main event tacos. All right, getting 7 intermediate semis loaded in the gate. Again, we're going straight from 7 intermediate semis straight to the main event. No break, going straight into it. First, 7 intermediate semi, Nico, Diego, Mateo, Weston, Benjamin, and Douglas Gillespie. Top 4.
SeaTac. It all comes down to this. Riders, get ready. It's time for the main event.
All right, we are off. First semi 7 intermediate. Nico, Diego, Mateo, Weston, Benjamin, and Doug. Looks like Weston. Oh, Nico taking it over. Weston in that 2. Dougie fresh in the 5, trying to catch up. Diego in the 4. Coming through that second turn, though. Nico, Bianco, Fiore out front in the 1. It looks like we got Diego on the bubble, but it looks like Nico getting that first transfer spot straight to the main event. Weston in that 1. Mateo in that 3, and Diego in the 4. Second semi on the track. Jack, Landon, Ledger, Braden, Henry, Reagan. It looks like we got, I know it's Weston in that 2. Henry Norris in that 3. Coming down that second straightaway into that second turn. That is Landon out front in the 1. Weston, Henry, and Braden on the bubble. But it looks like Landon out front in the 1. Weston in that 2. Henry and Braden. Looks like that's going to be the 4 going to the main event for 7 intermediates. Those sheets will be taken up, and that main event will be posted as soon as possible, but they're going straight into main events right now. Nine, 10 Girl Cruiser Ladies League on the track. We got Luna with the whole shot out front in the 1. Luna Plata in the 1. Nova in the 2. Dr. Jordan in the 3. Tinsel Tart in the 4. Coming around that second turn, though, Luna Plata showing them how it's done out front in the 1. Nova chasing her down, but Dr. Jordan in that 3. But Luna Plata, SeaTac Development Team out front in the 1. Luna going to get the 1. Dr. Jordan making a push. Nova, Dr. Jordan, Nova, Allison, Gia, gonna finish off. 11, 12, Girl Cruiser, Tay, Sophia, Harley, Aubrey, coming down that second straightaway though. Tay out front in the 1, Sophia right on her in that 2, Harley 3, Aubrey in the 4. Do that rim section though. Tay out front in the 1. Tay leading it around. Sophia trying to make a move. Last straightaway sprint. Tay gonna get it. Sophia the 2. Harley the 3. And Aubrey wants me to make sure to tell her brother Pinky happy birthday. 7 and 20 Girl Expert. Vita out front in the 1. Peyton in the 2. Pickles and Piper battling it out for that 3 and 4. But Vita Kramer, the Gold Cup champ, out front in the 1. Vita in the 1. Peyton in the 2. Hayden Piper battling out with Aubrey and Hadley. But it looks like Vita gonna get the 1 today. 41-45 Women Cruiser. Bethany and Heidi, 1 and 2. Kat, Angie, and Spike, but Bethany out front in the 1, Heidi in the 2. Coming into that second turn, Bethany out front in the 1, Heidi high-lowing it side by side down this rim section. Bethany and Heidi battling it out. Kat in the 2, Hot Mess Express in the 4. But it looks like Bethany, Heidi sprinting it to the line. Bethany can get the 1, Heidi the 2, Kat, Angie, and Spike. 7 and under Cruiser, 4 wide over that first jump, but Weston just straight out of the semi into the main event in first, and Cruiser slipped a pedal, but going underneath. I believe that's Jordan James out front in the 1. Deer Park Mafia leading it around in the 1. Jordan James out front, Weston in the 2. JoJo up into the 3, coming into that last turn. Jordan James, though, out front in the 1. Jordan, Weston. Jordan, looks like Jordan can get the 1. Weston the 2. JoJo gonna get the 3. 8, Cruiser, Trey, Bennett, Braden, Will, and Liam. Dr. Trey out front in the 1. Oh, Trey going wide, but gonna air out this double, looking fast. Dr. Trey in the 1. F3 Racing leading it around. Braden in the 2. Bennett, Will, and Liam, but it looks like Trey in that 1, pumping through that rim section in the 1. Dr. Trey leading it around. Braden in that 2. Bennett in the 3. Trey gonna get the 1 for 8-year-old Cruiser. 9 Cruiser, Chester, Caleb, Isaac, and Camden. Chester, Cheddar Bear Curtis out front in the 1. Cheddar Bear in the 1. Cheddar Bear in the 1, coming around that turn. Caleb Berry in the 2. McPeak in the 3. Caleb and Caleb, 2 and 3, but Chester Cheddar Bear out front in the 1. SeaTac development team out front in the 1. All right. 10 Cruiser in the gate. Tanner, Ronnie, 1 and 2. Tanner Whitney out front in the 1. Ronnie Victorino in that 2. Blake in that 3. Coming around that last turn, though, looks like Tanner Whitney, Revolution Racing, out front in the 1. Ronnie, looks like Blake trying to make a push, but it's going to be Tanner, Ronnie, Blake, 1, 2, 3. Can we get Blue Montgomery to the finish line? Blue Montgomery to the finish line. 11 Cruiser, Richie out front in the 1. Kenzo in the 2. Cameron Langdon in the 3. Into that second turn, we got Richie out front in the 1. Richie, Kenzo, 1 and 2. The Carver in the 3. Without that last turn, it looks like Richie going to get the 1. Kenzo the 2. Cameron Langdon aired it out in the 3. 12 Cruiser, full gate. Marco, Akira, Bo, Max, Braden, Liam, Parker, Liam. Braden and Marco side by side. Bo right in the middle. Akira airing it out on the outside. That's Gray out front in the 1. Braden the Beast. Marco in the 2. Bo trying to go underneath Akira side by side in that rim section. Braden the Beast out front in the 1. Marco 2. Swigart, Punk Racing in that 3. Braden going to get that 1. Marco the 2. Bo looking fast in that 3. Akira in the 4. 13 Cruiser, Laser, Edgar, Jackson, Andre, Caden, Colby. Edgar Fernandez out front in the 1. Taking the big side, Edgar and Laser. Laser chasing him down though. Nahinki taking over that 3. Laser underneath. Making a move. Edgar, though, in the 2, chasing him down. Hit elbows over the double. Edgar staying up. Good racing. Those guys. Edgar in the 1, Jackson 2, McPeak 3, Andre. Good racing down that 3rd straightaway. 15 Cruiser, Joseph, Jamie, Joseph, Raddick, Hunter. Joseph Height with the whole shot in the 1. Nitro Dizzle in the 2, Servadius in the 3. Raddick Circuit in the 4, Hunter in the 5, all taking the big side. Looks like a Height out front of the 1, but Nitro Dizzle hunting him down in the 2. Height and Halls 1 and 2. Height trying to hold him off. Height gonna get the 1. Halls the 2, Servadius, Circa, and Colette. 17-20 Cruiser, Angel, Jackson, Garrett, Ryan, Caleb, Braden, Nick. 3 wide into that turn. Jackson, Bill holding on to it. Garrett Monty in that 2. Angel Plata, Caleb Kelly in that 4. Throwing elbows around that second turn. We got Crazy Legs, though, out front in the 1. Jackson, Bill out front. Monty 2. Plata 3. Kelly 4. Looks like it's how we're going to finish. 21-30 Cruiser. Hulse out front in the 1, Ekman 2. Preston Stevens off the couch, couldn't finish a 3rd lap. But it looks like Hulse out front in the 1, Ekman in that 2. Anthony Pistol, Hulse out front in the 1, Ekman in that 2. Hulse, Ekman, 1 and 2. Looks like it's how we're going to finish. Swigart, Wood, and Stewart. Brennan out front in the 1. Brennan leading around Pong Racing in the 1. Pulling off the side, letting Woody go. But that looks like Kyle Wood in the 1. Brennan Swigart in the 2. Finishing off that rim section. Kyle Wood out front. Blaine Stewart in the 2. Swigart in the 3. That's how we're going to finish. They are total points, though. Mark Shaw, Jim Jersick, Troy Wormsbecker. Coming down that second straightaway, that is Mark Shaw out front in the 1, Jim Jersick in the 2, Troy Wormsbecker in the 3. Down that third straightaway, those Psychotherapy Racing out front in the 1, Jersick in the 2, Wormsbecker in the 3. And that's how we're going to finish. Oh, Jersick pushing. Shaw, Jersick, Wormsbecker. 41-45 Cruiser. Kyle Brandt 1, Jesse Zach. Kyle Cohen out front in the 1, taking big side, but 1 on the inside. It looks like Kyle Cohen taking it out front, 1 in the 2. Brent, Zach, and Jesse through that third straightaway, though. Kyle Cohen out front in the 1. Juan hunting him down in the 2. Kyle, Juan down the last straightaway trying to make a push. Looks like Kyle gonna get it, though. Kyle, Juan, Zach, Brent, and Jesse. Oh, man. Looks like Brent blew a gear. Circa out front. JJ sending the double. I told him during break he's got to hit that double. He did it. Grady in the 3. Jesse in the 4. Coming around that third straightaway. Circa out front in the 1. Circa, West, Howard, Kelly. Brent Lee blew a clutch on the first straightaway. 46-50 Cruiser, Brent Lee, 51-55. Sabin, Limburg, Cavadini, Harwood, Payne, Lexington. Oh, Sabin goes down. We'll check on him, make sure he's all right. Limburg, though, out front in the 1. Limburg in the 1. Cavadini in the 2. Sanders and Tommy P. Sabin's up. Give it up for him. Super Sabin. Gonna walk it off. It looks like Limburg, Cavadini, Sanders, Tommy P, and Super Sabin. (61-65) Cruiser, Dr. D and the Professor. Dr. D, though, leading it around. Dr. D and the Professor, 1 and 2. Coming down that second straightaway. Dr. D leading it around. The Professor in that 2. Well, it looks like Darren Simmons going to get the 1 this round. Eric Altendorf going to get the 2. 66 and over. Cruiser, Bushnell, Mundell, and Richards. Coming into that SeaTac turn, the Bionic Man, the Bike Master out front in the 1. Bushnell, Richards, Mundell, 1, 2, and 3. Into that second turn, though, it looks like Bushnell leading it around in the 1. Richards in that 2. Suspender Man in that 3. These guys showing you never too old to race. Come on out and try it out. Doesn't matter your age. We're going from 66 and over, airing it out that tabletop, to 5 and under novice on the gate. So never too old, never too young. Come on out and try BMX. No way. No way, he's got it. 5 and under novice, Mosey, the Rhino, Valeria, Dexter, Finn. That is Mosey out front in the 1. The Rhino chasing him down to Valeria and Dexter battling it out. They used to battle on bounce bikes. Now they're on novice class. Coming through that second straightaway. Mosey, though, out front in the 1. The Rhino chasing him down in the 2. Valeria, Dexter, and Finn. But Mosey out front in that 1. Valeria making up some room on the Rhino. Coming through that third straightaway into that last turn. Mosey pulling away a little bit. Rhino out front in the 1. Valeria, Dexter, and Finn. That's how we're going to finish. Mosey going to get the 1. The Rhino going to get the 2. Valeria the 3. Dexter and Finn. 6 novice, full gate. I know that's Kai coming out hot on the outside. Torin on the inside. Torin taking it over. Torin in that 1. Kai in the 2. Gardner and Georgia battling out for that 3. Georgia taking it over, but Torin out front in the 1. Torin, Kai, Georgia, 1, 2, and 3 through that rim section of Torin, Higginbotham out front in the 1. Kai Clayton out in the 2. Georgia and Gardner. Hot Wheels in that 5. Amy in the 6, but Torin going to get the 1. Kai the 2. Georgia, Gardner, Hot Wheels, Amy, Brindley, and Paisley. 7 novice into that first, and out of that first turn, we got Theo making a move up and forth the 3rd. Deer Park Mafia in the 2. Coming around that second turn. That is Oakley out front in the 1. Jace in the 2. Theo in the 4. Elliott in the 5. Pumping out to that rim section. Oakley out front in the 1. Oakley in that Lincoln Park jersey going to get the 1. Oakley going to get the 1. Finishing it off with a win. 7 novice, 8 novice. It looks like these 2 in first and second, if either one of them wins today, they turn intermediate. They're out racing it. Dylan Hawkins, Chris Jensen, both going for their 10th win today. Battling out 1 and 2. Maverick in that 3. Maverick was racing beginner league last week, up in 3rd place in his first state qualifier in the 3. But coming around that 3rd turn, out front, give it up, Dylan Hawkins. Brand new intermediate Dylan Hawkins moving up at the SCR. 9 novice, Camden, Penny, Reef, Kinsley, Aiden. That is Camden out front in the 1, Penny in the 2. AC goes down. We'll check out on him, make sure he's all right. But it looks like Camden out front in the 1, Penny in the 2. Camden, Penny, AC getting checked out on the 2nd straightaway. Jim, height. Jim. All right, Camden, Reef, Penny, Kinsley. All right, every guy stop. Hey, Marco, slow down, okay? We're going to rerun 10 novice. We'll rerun you guys. Which moto? 27. Moto 27. Torin also got his 10th win. Torin Higginbotham turned up to intermediate today. Give it up for him. Make sure and stay after. We will have a plaque for you guys too. No climbing up on a turn, guys. You got to get off there. Give it up for AC. Getting up and going. There we go. AC's going. AC from Beginner League racing his first SCR today. All right, 10 novice going. Marco coming out hot. I know he knows this track as good as anybody. Marco out front in the 1. Leading it around. Marco and Gabe battling out for that 1 and 2. We got Also, Dominic, the Mohawk, flying in the 3. Skylar in the 4, but Marco going fast out front in the 1. Home track advantage. Marco leading it around in the 1. We got Marco getting qualifier, state qualifier win. Gabe in that 2. Skylar taking over that 3, and Dominic in the 4. 11 novice. Xavier, Z-Man Cross coming out hot in the 1. Xavier in that 1, Holden in the 2. Avery and Aubrey around that first SeaTac turn, though. Z-Man looking good out front in the 1. Around that second turn, Z-Man trying to hold off Holden, but Xavier leading around Holden side by side down the swim section. Z-Man pumping through it. He's been at summer camp this year learning that rhythm section really good. Z-Man out front, Holden making a move though. Oh, getting a little bit of air. Holden going to take it over. Xavier going to get that too. Avery and Aubrey again. Happy birthday to Aubrey's brother, Pinky. He's broken, having surgery tomorrow, so he couldn't race today. 13 novice, Francisco coming out hot, but Ella making moves in a turn on the inside. I called that one. Ella taking it over. Francisco right next to her in that 2. Francisco taking it back over, but Ella on the inside making moves every turn. Ella Norris in the 1, Francisco in the 2. Griffin Mask in that 3, Vivian in the 4, Nowak in the 5. Around that last turn, Ella Norris trying to hold off Francisco down the last straightaway. Ella, Francisco, Ella gonna get the win. 15 novice, Taylor out front in the 1. Taylor Gunderson, Diablos out front in the 1. Soul Glow in that 2. But it looks like Taylor out front in the 1. Looking smooth and fast in the 1. Going down. Oh, he's up and going. Lost his shoe. Crashed so hard his shoe flew off, but he's up and going. Taylor Gunderson airing it out. Gonna get the 1. But give it up for Logan. Gonna get up and finish it off. 15 novice, 17-20 novice, Leslie, Jordan, Zoe, Vivian, Allie, and Brian. Jordan as Leslie side by side. Leslie's on fire, got a win yesterday at River Valley, going for 2 in a row. The Gold Cup champ out front. Leslie Rios in the 1, Jordan Stevens in the 2. Zoe in the 3. Around that second turn, though, Leslie Rios, the Gold Cup champ, in the 1. Jordan in that 2. Zoe, Vivian, Brian, and the Hurricane. But it looks like Leslie Rios going to get the 1, 2 in a row. Leslie, Jordan, 1 and 2. $36.40 novice. Oh, changed his shirt mid-moto. Justin out front in the 1. Shane and Troy been back and forth all day. But it looks like Justin Burkhart out front in the 1. Justin in the 1. Shane and Troy 2 and 3. Justin gonna get the 1 if he keeps going to total points for these guys. Justin getting the 1. Shane the 2. Troy the 3. 41-45 novice. Brett coming out fast, but Massa on the outside. Ryan on the far outside, but it looks like Brett taking it over. Brett, Massa, Ryan, 1, 2, and 3. Massa making a move on the outside. Must have learned that from Akira Itsuki out front in the 1. Massa Tanamura, the Gold Cup champ, in the 1. Brett in the 2, Ryan in the 3, but Massa gonna make up for that crash yesterday, getting the 1 today. Brett, Ryan, Gregory, Trevor, and Mario. Full gate, 46.50 novice. Elbows into that first turn. Bakerview coming out hot in the 1. Armbruster and Pollock side by side, battling elbows. Oh, looks like I might get a foot down here. There we go. Oh, the foot down didn't work. Went down, but looks like Bakerview battling out in the 1. That is Benson out front in the 1. Sean Pollock in the 2. Armbruster 3. Larson 4. Garling. Evan, and he's back up. Put a foot down. Clipped that corner. Couldn't make it work. It was going for the move. All right, we're just getting caught up at the finish line real quick. All right, 5 and under, intermediate, full gate. Tice, River, Asher, Sam, Keegan, Eli, Weston, and Cam. Oh, Sam on the outside. Tice, though, with the pull down the first straightaway. Tice in the 1. Tice, River, 1 and 2. Asher and Sam side by side. But it looks like Tice pulling away a little bit in the 1. Looking fast. River in the 2. Asher, Sam, Cam, 3, 4, and 5. Eli trying to make some moves, taking over that 7. But Tice out front in the 1. Keegan chasing down Cam. Weston back in the 8, but it looks like Tice, he also won yesterday, going for 2 for 2 this weekend. Tice, River, Asher up into the 3, Sam in the 4, Cam 5, Eli coming back. Oh, Eli airing out the last jump. 6, intermediate, Ryder, Oliver, and John, but it looks like Ryder out front in the 1. Novak in that 2, France in the 3. Coming down that second straightaway, though, Ryder out front in the 1. Ryder, Johnny, and Oliver. Oliver turned intermediate yesterday with a big win, but trying to make a move underneath Johnny. Side by side through that rim section. Ryder, Johnny, Oliver, 1, 2, and 3. Coming around that last turn, though, Ryder pulling away a little bit. Novak trying to hold off France. Looks like Ryder going to get that 1, though. Johnny going to get that 2. And Oliver France going to get the 3. 7, intermediate. This is the group that had the biggest group of the day. Nico, Landon, Weston, Jack, Mateo, Henry, Diego, and Braden. All right, they're coming out high over that first jump. That is, I believe, Landon out front and the 1. Nico, though, on the inside. Oh, shutting him down, but Nico squeezing in there, was patient, took it over. Nico, Jack in that 3, chasing him down. Diego in that 4. Mateo in that 5, but Nico, Bianco, Fiore out front in the 1. Landon, Jack, Diego, Mateo, Henry, Weston, and Braden, but it looks like Nico gonna get the win. Winning the biggest class of the day. Nico looking good. Landon and Jack. Whitaker with that whole shot into that SeaTac turn. Whitaker out front in the 1. Whitaker in the 1. Oh, going a little wild. Hitting some elbows down that second straightaway. That is Whitaker out front in the 1, though. Lincoln getting by Theo, but it looks like Whitaker pulling away out front in the 1. Whitaker going to get the 1 if he keeps going, looking smooth. Lincoln going to get that 2. Theo going to get the 4. Owen going to get the 5. Or Griffin going to get the 5. 8 no, that's not intermediate. Let's see. 9 intermediate, Miles and Luca. These two battle out here every Thursday night. They're battling tonight. Bob out front in the one. This Shark trying to hold off Luca coming down this third straightaway. Bob, Luca, and Everest. But it looks like Miles, Gates out front, but Luca coming hot down last straightaway. Luca gonna take it over. Luca, Miles, Everest, 1, 2, and 3. 10 intermediate. Connor on the inside, cycle therapy racing, but Gate Snappers taking it over. Coda out front. Oh, we have one going down. We'll check out him, make sure he's all right. Easton taking it over. Easton Anderson out front in the one. Atlas, whoa. Oh, they're off the track. Easton, they were battling it out. Connor gonna get the win overall though. Connor gonna get the win. Coda gonna get the 2. Andrew Lewis the 3. Give it up for those two. They were battling around the track. Neither one backing off. There we go. Give it up for those two. Battling for the win. Eleven intermediate. Aon, Colton North, Lincoln, Hudson, Wyatt, Jaden, Ismail. Out of the gate, 3 wide into that SeaTac turn. Coming out of the turn, that is Colton Mason out front in the one. Hudson France. Hudson busted into the 3. Trying to take over that 2. Oh, Hudson taking over the win. Pope in that 2. North in the 3, but Hudson France with a hot lap. But Pope right next to him on the 2. Hudson, Pope, North, 1, 2, and 3. Hudson, France. Pope and North. Good racing. '12 intermediate. Callum, Owen, James, Liam, Cameron, Caden. Out of the gate, these guys battle all the time. Callum out front in the 1. Owen and James, 3 wide into that SeaTac turn. Throwing elbows. James getting by on the outside. Still airing it out. James Campbell in the 1. Owen in that 2. Callum taking it over, but James Campbell didn't back off around that turn in the middle. James Campbell out front. Owen in that 2, Callum in the 3, Liam in the 4. James Campbell gonna get the win. 13 intermediate, Colby, Wyatt, Lucas, Graham, Grayson. Around that first turn, ascend it, boys, 1 and 2. That looks like we got Wyatt out front, Colby 2, Lucas and Graham battle out. Graham on the inside, trying to take it over the 3. Graham Fulton with the move. Well, Wyatt and Colby battling out 1 and 2 around that last turn. That looks like the state number 9 of Wyatt going to get the 1. Colby the 2, Graham the 3, Lucas the 4. 14 intermediate, the Iceberg in the 2. But Eli out front in the 1 over here from Idaho, racing in the state qualifier. We got Eli in the 1, the Iceberg in the 2. Oh, with Dalton and Paxton battling it out, but it looks like Eli out front in the 1. Eli Lackey going to get the 1. The Iceberg going to get the 2. Dalton and Paxton. 16 intermediate, Cole, Gabe, Tony, and Harley. Gabe Scully out front in the 1. Cole Mo D in the 2. Tony in the 3, Harley in the 4, but Gabe Scully out front in the 1. Looks like Cole taking it over. Cole Winters in that 1. Cole, Gabe 1 and 2. Tony 3, Harley 4. Looks like Cole with that good move down second straightaway took it over. Cole, Gabe 1 and 2. 36-40 minutes. These three have been battling all day. We had some bars move. We had some crashes. See if they keep it going. Oh, Blake, Adam side by side. Blake still aired it out. Adam, Blake, and Dustin Finch. Intermediate racing out on the track. Adam Golden in the 1. Blake Stowe's 2. Dustin in the 3. Side by side through that rim section. Total points for these guys. Adam in the 1. Blake was setting it up but hesitated. Go Adam, Blake, Dustin. 1, 2, 3. 41-45 intermediate. Kyle Campbell trying to follow the example of James earlier. Kyle out front in the 1. Schroeder in the 2. Whitmarsh, Tom and Raymond, but it looks like Kyle Campbell way out front in the 1. Kyle looking smooth in the 1. Schroeder in the 2. In and out of that last turn. Kyle Campbell out front in the 1. Kyle, Schroeder, Nichols, Whitmarsh, and Teege. 46-50 intermediate. Sennett, Coy, Big Toro, Moberg, and Helmstetter just walking it out. But it looks like Coy on the inside, Sennett on the outside. Into that second turn. Coy on the inside, though, throwing some elbows, holding on to it. Coy Miller in the 1. Sennett in the 2. Big Toro in the 3. Around this last turn. Sennett trying to make a move. Sprint down the last. Coy Miller, Sennett, and Big Toro. Ladies League on the track. Charlotte, Lily, and Penny. Lily Diamond out front in the 1. SeaTac BMX turn. Lily Diamond out front. Charlotte in the 2. Penny in the 3. Coming down that second straightaway, though, Lily Montgomery out front in the 1. Lily, Charlotte, and Penny, 1, 2, 3. Around that second turn, Lily Diamond out front. Charlotte and Penny, 1, 2, 3. In and out of that last turn, though, Lily out front, showing them how it's done. Lily, Charlotte, and Penny, 1, 2, and 3. 8 girl expert, Gia, Lila, Sophia, and Ellie. Gia and Lila battle out here almost every day. They're out there on the SeaTac turn. Gia, Baby Shark out front in the 1. The Cherry Bomb chasing her down. Gia, Lila, Sophia, and Ellie into that second turn, though. Looks like Gia, LaSalle out front in the 1. Lila in the 2. Gia, Lila, Sophia, and Ellie around that last turn. It looks like Gia, Baby Shark, gonna get the 1. Cherry Bomb gonna get the 2. Sophia and Ellie, 3 and 4. 9 girl expert, Tennyson, Luna, Elizabeth, and Kennedy. The world champion out front in the 1. Tennyson McKee, the champ out front, but Luna right on her in the 2. Elizabeth and Kennedy, 3 and 4. But Tennyson McKee out front in the 1. Tennyson, Luna, Elizabeth, Kennedy in and out of that rim section, though. Tennyson McKee out front in the 1. Luna on her in the 2. Tennyson, Luna, 1 and 2. Is how we're going to finish. Tennyson, Luna, Elizabeth, and Kennedy. 10 girl expert, Maddie, Nova, side by side. Dr. Jordan, Allison, and Haley. But it looks like Maddie Montgomery out front in the 1. National age group 7 leading it around in the 1. The district champ chasing her down in the 2. Montgomery, LaSalle, 1 and 2. Nahinki in the 3. Hurricane Haley up into the 4. And Allison in the 5. So that rim section, it looks like Maddie, though, trying to hold off Nova. Nova right on her in the 2. Maddie, Nova, Jordan, 1, 2, 3. Hurricane Haley in the 4. And Tinseltart in the 5. 12 girl expert, full gate. Tay and Sophia battling out on that first jump, but Tay coming through. Sophia in the 2. Brooklyn in the 3. Down that third straightaway, it looks like Tay, though, out front in the 1. Sophia trying to make a move on the inside, taking it. Oh, no, Tay holding on to it. Sophia. Kennedy in the 4. Coming around that last turn, though. Tay, Sophia battling out. Tay, Sophia, Brooklyn, Kennedy, Paisley, the queen bee, finishing off 12 girl, 14 girl expert. Kenzie, Ava, Callie, and Ashlyn. Well, it looks like we got Kenzie Green out front in the 1, Ava in the 2, McCormick 3, Callie Hopper in the 4, and Hollywood in the 5. Through that third straightaway, Kenzie Green out front, Brooklyn Beck in that 2. Oh, McCormick tried to make a move, couldn't make it work. Kenzie Green, Ava Beck, McCormick, Hopper, and Hollywood. What? $56 in girls. All right, OG out front in the 1, Evie in the 2, Whitmarsh in the 3. Some reason the moto sheet's blank for this one, but lucky I know them all. OG, Evie, and Whitmarsh, 1, 2, and 3. All right, 70-20 women expert, Vita, Hayden, Peyton, Tori, and Piper. It looks like we got Vita Kramer, the Gold Cup champ, out front in the 1, Hayden Silva in the 2, Peyton Howard in the 3, Piper and Tori into that second turn, though. Vita Kramer out front in the 1, Vita, Hayden 1 and 2, Peyton in that 3, Vita, Hayden, Peyton, 1, 2, and 3. Piper in the 4, Tori in the 5. That's how we're going to finish. Last moto of Ladies League on the track. Bethany, Heidi, and Kat into that SeaTac turn. Bethany out front in the 1, Heidi in the 2, Kat in the 3. Down that second straightaway, Bethany out front, though, in the 1, Heidi, and Kat 2 and 3. Around that second turn, Bethany, Heidi, Kat 1, 2, and 3. Through that rim section into that last turn. We got Bethany gonna get the 1, Heidi the 2, and Kat gonna get the 3. 6 expert, Brody, Jordan, Grayson, JoJo. Looks like Brody showtime back out front in the 1. Brody in the 1. Jordan making moves again like he did in Cruiser, taking over that 2 from Grayson. Looks like Brody, Jordan, JoJo up into the 3. Grayson into the 4, but Brody showing him how it's done out front in the 1. Jordan in that 2, JoJo in that 3. Braden in the 4, coming around that last turn. Brody back in that 1. Jordan James trying to hold off JoJo, but looks like Brody, Jordan, JoJo, and Grayson. 8 expert, Will, Brody, Bennett, Trey, Tsuki, Arnie, J-Dog, and Braden. Dr. Trey out front in the 1, Itsuki in the 2, Will Cromer in that 3, Arnie in the 4, coming down that second straightaway. Dr. Trey out front, though, showing him how it's done. Itsuki looking good in that 2, Will Cromer in the 3, Arnie in the 4. Bennett, Braden, J-Dog, and Brody, but it looks like Dr. Trey going to get the 1, Itsuki the 2, Will Cromer the 3. 9 expert, Eli, Chester, Logan, Hudson, Coleman, Liam, Caleb, Jonathan. Looks like Chester out front in the 1, Eli Wormsbacher in the 2, Chester, Eli 1 and 2, Chester, Eli 1 and 2. In and out of that second turn, but Cheddar Bear showing him how it's done in the 1. Liam in that 3. Coming through that third straight, Hurlback in that 5 now. Looks like Chester in the 1. Eli, though, battling down last straightaway. Chester, Eli, and Liam in 1, 2, 3. 10, expert, Reed, Tanner, Bennett, Ronnie, Blake, Jackson, Michael, Jax. Tanner, Whitney coming out hot in the 1. Ronnie, Victory on the 2. The Corn Dog up into the 3. with a hot lap. Jackson in the 3, Gray in the 4. But it looks like we got Tanner Whitney out front in the 1, Ronnie 2, Jackson 3. Through that rhythm section, we got Tanner Whitney leading around though, Ronnie 2, Jackson 3, Gray in the 4. Looks like it's going to finish. Oh, Jackson making a push. Tanner, Ronnie, Jackson, 1, 2, 3. Levin, Expert, Richie, Hanoa, Jason, Traxton, Kenzo, Jack, Ryder, Cameron, Richie, Victorino with that whole shot in the 1, Hanoa in the 2, Traxton 3, Jack in the 4, Jason in the 5, Kenzo 6, Cameron and the Carver. And then Ryder Stevens. Looks like Richie, Hanoa, Traxton, 1, 2, 3. Jason taking over that 4. Well, it looks like Richie out front in the 1, Hanoa in the 2. Traxton 3. Jack going up on Jason. Jason going down. Kenzo going down. We'll make sure they're all right. Give it up for Jason, the SeaTac slam of DOS. Getting up, he was battling. Jason DOS riding it off. 12 Expert in the gate. Jet, Colton, Braden, Bo, Marco, Akira, Max, and Max. Bo with a hot gate. Colton on the inside. Looks like Colton taking it over. Colton Hackett out front in the 1. Braden, Akira, Bo, 1, 2, 3, 4. Max, Marco, Maximus. It looks like Colton Hackett out front in the 1. Braden Gray hunting him down though in the 2. Akira in the 3. Bo in the 4. But it looks like Colton gonna get the 1. Braden, Akira, and Bo. (13) Expert, Edgar, Laser, 1 and 2. Andre Helmstetter in the 3. But Edgar and Laser were battling out in Cruiser. Edgar taking over the 1 this round. Laser in the 2. Naihiki taking over that 3 from Helmstetter. Oh, Helmstetter falling back. Levi Kelly in the 4 now, but looks like Edgar going to get the 1. Laser going to get the 2. Jackson going to get that 3. (14) Expert, Jace, Coleb, Caleb Rack, Dylan, Noah, White, Evan, Ethan. Jace Fishby out front in the 1. Caleb Vestal in that 2. Jace, Caleb, Rad, 1, 2, and 3. Caleb Vestal, though, taking it over. Big side paying off for both Caleb and Rad. Jace Fishby in that 3. Caleb, Rad, Jace, 1, 2, and 3. Around that last turn, it looks like Caleb, Rad, Jace, 1, 2, and 3. Woo. Can we get medical out to the first turn? First straight, medical to the first straight. All right, 15X out of the gate. Joseph, Raymond, 1 and 2. Halls, Servadius. But it looks like Height out front in the 1. Raymond, Servadius. But it looks like Hall's trying to make up some room. But Joseph, Height out front in the 1. Raymond in that 2. Ian, Joseph, Jamie. But it looks like Joseph, Height going to get the 1 this round. Oh, he lost a tire. Joseph, Raymond, Ian, and Halls. 17-20 expert. 16 expert. Colin Mims coming out fast. Colin Mims in that 1. Colton Ellison in that 2. Hudson McClure making some moves from like 5th to 3rd. Making some good moves inside, paying off. Oh, Ronan on the inside, though, underneath Hudson. Hudson, though, set that up. Hudson knows how to take those turns. Colton, oh, with a 1-footer. Hudson with the style. Whose kid is that? 17-20X. Hudson, Jasper, Angel, double D into that SeaTac turn. Hudson out front in the 1, Jasper in the 2. Dylan, Angel, oh, Dylan airing it out. Garrett Monty in the 5, but it looks like Hudson out front in the 1. One of the SeaTac BMX coaches showing your way around the track. Hudson, Jasper, Dylan, Angel, Garrett, Caleb, Boston, Ben. 21-25 expert. Zane, Ethan, Garrett, Gage. Zane Stenson out front in the 1. Ethan Patmore in that 2. But Zane Stenson, another one of the SeaTac BMX coaches out here, out front in the 1. Patmore in the 2. Gage and Garrett. 1, 2, 3, 4. Zane Stenson out front in the 1. Zane gonna get the 1. Ethan Patmore the 2. Gage and Garrett 3 and 4. 26-35 expert. Jim, Kyle, Adam, and Blaine into that SeaTac turn. We got Jim Jersick out front in the 1. Kyle Wood, the Gold Cup champ, in the 2. Adam Ekman in the 3. Blaine Stewart in the 4. Around that second straightaway into that rim section. Jim Jersick rides this track every day on his lunch break. He knows it. Jim Jersick in the 1. Kyle Wood in the 2. Adam Ekman in the 3. Blaine in the 4. 41-45 expert. Paul, Jesse, Zach, and Chuck. Paul out front in the 1. Oh, Chuck set that move up. 4th to 2nd. Chuck, Zach, Jesse, but Paul out front in the 1. Paul Barr, National Age Group 11, out in the 1. Chuck, Zach, Jesse, 1, 2, 3, 4. Around that second turn, or last turn, Paul gonna get the 1. Chuck the 2, Zach 3, Jesse the 4. 46-50 expert. Brent, Dom, Marlon, Jesse. Dom on the inside. Paul, oh, looks like Brent, though, pulling it on the outside. Dom on the inside. Marlon, Jesse, but Brent Lee, the points leader, out front in the 1. Circa in the 2. Marlon 3. Jesse in the 4. Around that last turn, it looks like Brent Lee going to get the 1. Dom the 2. Marlon and Jesse. 51-55 expert. Super Saban out front in the 1. Scooter 2. Tommy P in the 3. Around that last first SeaTac turn. Super Saban out front in the 1. Went down in cruiser. Trying to make up for it in class. But looks like Jeremy Saban in the 1. Saban in the 1. Scooter 2. Tommy P in the 3. Around that last turn is how we're going to finish. Saban, Scooter, and Tommy P. Last moto of the day. Leslie coming in hot. Fractured leg, don't matter. He's coming in hot. Dr. D in the 1. Cavadini 2. Leslie 3. Bushnell 4. Into that second turn, though. Darren Simmons out front in the 1. Monty in that 2. Leslie and Bushnell around that last turn. Dr. D, Darren Simmons in the 1. Monty 2, Leslie 3, Bushnell 4. Thank you all for coming out. We appreciate it. We're hoping to see all of you plus more at the Gold Cup Finals, September 12th through 14th. All the pros will be here. Gold Cup Finals will be going. All team sheets, please turn in over to Psychotherapy. I will have results and everything posted tomorrow.
Jamie back to the finish line for that move up.
Jamie Stenson back to the finish line. Also, Dylan Hawkins and Torin to the finish line.
Dylan's here.
They're both here. So Jamie Stenson down to the finish line. Again, can we get Jamie Stenson to the finish line? Jamie Stenson to the finish line.